back and forth between the pan of rice that I'm making and a bunch of other stuff.
What are you cooking?
I'm making more of a Spanish rice jambalaya mix.
Ooh, that sounds good. Cross between jambalaya and paella, perhaps.
No, more of it was supposed to be more of an Italian Spanish rice.
Risotto, then.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. I've actually been getting good at I can kind of do I can do a nice and edible and kind of tasty semi-tasty risotto and paella sort of things. They're not restaurant quality in any respect, but I do enjoy a good rice dish. Sorry, I love talking about food. So I hope your rice comes out very very good. Anyway, let's see. Back to what we're saying. Anciano, since your character, you've been hearing little bits of noises as somebody attempted to search your room while you were under the rope trick. While you're in the rope trick, you also saw Cujo snuck in and hide in there, which is probably what people were searching for in the first place. Somebody was searching for Cujo. Actually, I believe that somebody was Sarah and Tormenta, wasn't it?
It was Sarah and Tipo.
Okay, Sarah and Tipo. So you just saw basically Sarah and Tipo going to your room looking for Cujo. And they've now left and apparently gone elsewhere while Cujo is still hiding in your room.
Back.
Oh God! We were saying that as he was AFK. Sorry.
I literally said I need to go turn on a light.
Yeah. Sorry.
You know, what's funny is I did hear that as I came back.
I'm sorry. I heard that, and then Buckover and I were chatting for a minute, and I thought that for some reason that you said back earlier than that. Okay. Basically, here's what you saw while you're inside the rope trick. You saw Cujo sneak into your room, hide himself. Then Sarah and Tipo come in, look around for a minute, and leave.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Do I have to party that this again? Why can't anyone behave?
Because we have you, so we don't have to. You'll tell us when we stop it, when we're doing something too bad.
Which is why I'm running a contingency for Anciano deciding to stop what Tormenta and Sarah are doing.
Damn it, Anciano, why did you let us do that? It was a terrible idea.
I climb out of my... by the way, have I rested? Otherwise I need to know which spells I've cast.
You have not. You have not rested. You've been in there for about an hour. And you didn't. If I recall right, you didn't get a chance to cast any spells while you were AFK. Well, it was a rope trick, but I just kind of had you do that. So I figured that's what you'd want to have done in terms of there, so you wouldn't get accidentally killed or attacked by the mobs. Anyway.
Okay, I go out of my rope trick.
He's super
and
smart.
ask Cujo what the hell he is doing.
I wanted to ask you a question, but I can't have anyone finding me right now.
Why?
Because I acted pretty suspicious around them, and I'm pretty sure by this point they've realized I've stolen something.
Why?
What do you mean?
Why did you steal something?
I don't understand the question.
What do you mean you don't understand the question? It's a pretty straightforward question. Why did you steal and what?
I can tell you what, but that other part, that's just baffling me. Anyway.
You're an officer of the city watch. Shouldn't you be about not stealing?
Wait, really? Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
I think maybe I should actually read the handbook.
Anyway, what did you steal?
I took these here red gems, which are pretty pricey, and this here pendant.
From whom?
The new guy.
I'm trying to think of how to say this cleverly, but I can't, so I'm just gonna tell you, it was that guy with, I don't know what his name is, shit. The new guy,
Bob! His name is Bob!
I'm just gonna call him Mr. Racist. Mr. Racist.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but anyway, that's not important. What I wanted to ask you about is what the hell is this one thing I found? And then I'm going to pull out the ectoplasm shit.
The blue goo.
Yeah, the blue goo.
It's a blue
Blue-
ooze.
The blue goo tumbles out of the little vial that he has, but it appears to take up more space than it could possibly have managed to fit inside that vial. In fact, it seems to be growing slightly.
As soon as I've there, now I can actually scroll up to where my skills are. Knowledge Arcana.
Alright,
32.
no, yeah, that's a really good magic check. It appears to be some sort of substance that, when activated with certain, I want to say magical keywords, but I'm not sure if that sounds right in terms of D&D. I'm just going to go with it anyway. Magical
Yes, it does. It's literally one of the most common keywords.
Oh, okay.
Distinct
Well,
word.
a magical keyword used on this goo will turn it into essentially an infinite looping hole. You might recall having fallen into one such thing that you then dispelled and immediately ran back to the top of the hole without any problem.
I did.
Yes, remember you guys went down a hole and it seemed to be going on forever. You cast dispel, you
that's
immediately
it.
ended up, yeah.
Oh, so it was the thing that Anciano dispelled.
Yes. Evidently, this is this substance, when activated with a keyword, will essentially create that magic hole again.
So it's pretty much just a vertigo spell on a stick. Good.
Alright.
I tell him that it's pretty much just a vertigo spell on a stick.
Oh. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little disappointed with that. But I also have something else for you to look at. Now, I'm gonna hand him the sheet with the magic runes on it. Well, I'm not sure if they're magic, but they're runes. I'm just assuming they're magic.
That good sir, it's called a receipt.
Okay. Read magic.
I was going to say, it doesn't react to read magic, but you might want to try a knowledge check on it.
I mean, if they're magical runes, read magic, read them for me.
They're not magic. I never said they were magical. The Cujo is just assuming they're.
Yeah, I was just assuming they were magical.
Okay, which knowledge skill?
I'm going to go with probably knowledge arcana or knowledge history.
Oh, nat 1, only a 23.
For some reason, it seems like gibberish to you.
Okay, decipher script.
It still seems like gibberish to you.
Okay, does it seem like gibberish to me because I don't speak the language, or does it seem like gibberish to me for some other reason?
I'm trying to think of a way of putting that. I'm going to go with it's because you don't speak the language, and it doesn't look like any language that you've seen before.
That's not a problem. Comprehend languages works absolutely independently of if anyone has ever spoken that language. So, comprehend language.
Damn you, D&D! You take away all my fun of actually having people sit down and research things over time.
Hi, friends.
Enough to design
Yay!
with a sword. I'm pretty sure I can read a piece of paper.
So what sort of skill is comprehend languages?
It's a spell.
What level spell? I just want to check something
A
real quick.
first level spell.
Did you say first or fifth?
first.
Yeah, this is something I really hate. I hate the idea that somebody with a really low level thing could instantly decipher, decipher something for a puzzle instead of having
The
to.
only reason I can is because I have a feat that lets me rate in my 4th level spell slot for 1st level spell slot right now.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would actually need to prepare that thing. Where would we go then?
Give me a minute on that one. Yeah, I'll let Antiana know what that says in a minute. Since Tipo just did get there, Tipo, you're staying in the room or not?
Yeah.
Oh, Flameshot wasn't here. Yeah.
Sorry, my skeleton's watching over him.
Aw.
Chipa was asleep before any of this happened. It'd be kind of weird for him to just randomly wake up and show up.
Oh no, Tipo helped search the room looking for Cujo and didn't find anybody. And now Cujo and Antiana are talking so that Tipo might be able to hear them through the walls. If he does a listen check.
What is the DC when you're asleep?
Oh, that's a good question.
Gotta pass
Oh,
that.
Is your character a heavy sleeper or a light sleeper?
He's the one that suffers from the fortitude save thing.
Insomnia.
I mean, the rules are pretty simple. +2 for any intervening door, +5 for any intervening wall, so work out what's better, what's easier.
A sleeping
Plus-
character may make a listen check at a -10 penalty.
But but the other thing
He
about
failed. He rolled a 9.
the other thing on that, of course, is if he's got insomnia, that means he's actually probably that means the sleep thing doesn't affect him quite as gravely as that. So yeah, he probably doesn't
The
hear
point
them.
is you would take -2, -4, -3,
He's not sleeping anyway.
minus...
But he doesn't hear.
This is quicker because 2 walls are definitely more than this. This is sort of -8, -10. So he would take a total of -11 on that listen check. So,
You rolled a 9. Wait, that's your fortitude. Oh wait, no.
his spot and listen check's a secret.
Anyway, returning back to Antiano, the official translation that your spell comes up with for the ruins that Cujo has brought back to you is water, starlight, the separation of worlds.
Can you type that?
All right, sure. Hold on, pull out my keyboard. Keep my keyboard up above now because my cat likes to come up and jump on the thing, and I don't want her stepping on the keyboard while we're in the middle of stuff. Oops, can't even spell. There we go.
Okay, it's pretty much gibberish.
What did you spell was again? It wasn't decipher script. It was like what? Read languages, understand languages.
Comprehend languages.
Comprehend,
I could
okay.
also gone for tongues if you really wanted me to.
What's the difference between comprehend language and tongues?
Tongues, comprehend languages, only lets me read any language that of a piece of paper I touch, or any language I hear. Tongues lets me actually speak the language.
Ah, okay, cool. I'll keep that in mind. Alrighty then. So yeah, I'm probably looking at Cujo now, going, this is still gibberish that he brought back. Poor Cujo.
Finally, I've removed all the useless whisper to GM parts on my character sheet.
Yay!
Oh, I forgot to add the XP. Let's do that now.
So Cujo,
Yes.
What is your response then after Anciano? I take it has spoken that out loud, or did you just read
No,
it?
I just read it and say, it's gibberish.
Okay.
This is one of the most disappointing dates I've ever had.
Sorry to disappoint you? I can't change what's written on weird tablets you steal from people.
I didn't steal this, I dug it up.
Where?
In that one place, with the trap door.
Why didn't you tell me when we were there?
Because you weren't there.
It's more of an out-of-character reason. Could have translated it for you in character.
Because you were asleep.
Your character was sleeping at the time, and then
Because
Tormenta showed up. At which point, I think Cujo completely forgot about it until just now.
Because I was hoping there was going to be a library in this town, but there wasn't. So I actually needed your help.
What do you expect? They're drunk dwarves.
So what are you guys going to do now?
Well,
Right now, I'm typing the gibberish translation into my character sheet.
I've been gone here and there, and I don't really remember much of last session, so I'm just kind of going with the flow.
You definitely remember more than I do.
Your character's currently in her room, probably preparing to go to sleep, not realizing necessarily that Tormenta and Sarah are plotting down below.
Okay,
Hey, Anciano, can I sleep into a rope trick tonight?
you know, if you weren't stealing from people, you wouldn't have to hide in my rope trick.
But that's not a no, now is it?
How about you return what you stole discreetly, and then you can sleep in my rope trick?
Damn.
How am I supposed to return it discreetly?
The same way you stole it?
Oh, that's right. It's actually
I don't see how
Cujo
taking more
that.
items from him is going to replace it.
No, but you stole them, so just do what you did to steal them, but in reverse.
You were talking crazy, sir.
Gee, I think
Wait.
that sounds like a fun idea. Maybe you could just sneak into their room and give it back.
Unsteal? Are you insane?
Wait, I have an idea. Now I'm gonna sneak outside and I'm gonna find a rock.
Rock.
Yes, a rock.
What are you going to do with this rock?
Knowing him, probably something incredibly dumb.
Okay.
He's gonna hide it under the rock.
How do you plan to get out of the inn?
You know what? I'm gonna go out the window.
All right.
No, if you'd just asked politely, I would have turned you invisible.
It's too late now. I've committed. I'm outside. I have a rock. Now I need to get some twine or something.
You're gonna tie it under a rock.
I could have also given you that if you asked politely.
Sarah, roll a listen check.
But I want to get a little ass roll.
Not to mention, isn't she downstairs in a tavern?
Yeah, but he's not on the same level with her. So I just wanted to check on something.
Shouldn't a tavern generate some significant noise that should be a lot louder than a single person outside?
No, because it's actually getting quite late in the evening, and everybody's pretty much left the tavern except for the 2 people in there.
It's
Pretty
not
much-
me know if I heard him or not.
Pretty much, no, you didn't. Sorry, I would have said if you had. Pretty much Sarah and Tormentor are alone there right now.
Ignore this roll and just testing. Okay, it works how I want it to work. Good.
You got a 16.
No, meaning it doesn't roll secret.
Spot, listen, yay! Okay, Kyujo, you've gotten everything you need, everything you've requested without being heard. Or even noticed by anybody.
Okay, I'm gonna tie this tiny sack and the pendant to the rock, and I'm gonna throw it through Tormentor's window.
Alright, do you know which one Tormentor's window is?
I'm going to guess.
Alright, roll a 1d4.
I mean, he definitely knows that my room isn't his room.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
can I roll a 1d3 instead?
Alright, you may roll a 1d3. Alright. Okay, now roll a strength check, I believe, so it was on strength.
To throw a tiny rock?
I want to see if it actually gets into the window.
Attack roll.
Yeah, attack roll.
Changed attack roll.
Okay, that's a good point. Yay!
I mean, even considering the -10 penalty, he still beats AC 5 or whatever window has.
Tipo, roll listen check.
And as soon as I throw the rock, I'm gonna run away.
Pussy.
Tipo is still fast asleep.
Or not. He's just sitting there and not hearing nothing.
Yeah, he's awake, so he probably noticed a rock coming through his window.
No, he didn't even
I
hear
don't
it.
know. I nat one nat one.
Probably cuddling his rat.
Totally nat one that listen check.
Yeah,
I'm zoned
but
completely
even on
out.
a 1, you hear something that has like -10 as a listen DC.
Well,
It's a rock through a window. That's loud.
He does have a point.
It's a small rock.
It's a window breaking.
I thought the window to be open to let in some fresh air.
Sarah, did you open the window?
Huh?
Did you open the window?
No, I didn't.
Are we even in the room right now?
No,
No.
you guys are down the tavern. Only Tipo's in the room.
The skeleton is watching over the Cobalt and Tipo right now.
Okay, well, would the skeleton actually notice a rock sailing through the upper panes of a window and landing at the far side of the room?
Notice, but it probably wouldn't do anything.
Yeah, and
The
since it
only
went,
command is to protect Tipo and the Cobalt right now. So it'll just probably look at the window.
yes, there's no damage, but a small rock is now sitting there.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know if I'm supposed to react to this or not because
Spot check
did I
then.
hear it?
Spot
So it's
check.
gonna stare.
Okay, yeah, well, for some reason you didn't hear it. Maybe your ears are currently clogged, or you're busy squeaking with your rat. But you do suddenly see a stone with something attached to it laying on the ground over here.
I'll get up and look at it.
It appears to have a pouch sitting, a pouch tied around it.
Okay. I open the pouch.
Inside you see something that clearly belonged to things that clearly belonged to Tormenta at one point, because you've seen them before. His pendant and a few of his gems.
Okay. I'm gonna put them in my bag.
You know what? I should have kept one of those gems. Damn it.
You're not too smart.
Alright. So, now we're
I'm
moving...
actually surprised that you didn't just put the gems somewhere and then just tell me that you threw them away.
My birth check isn't that good.
My Sims motive check is non-existent.
Oh shit, I forgot. I forgot your wisdom's terrible.
Sarah and Tormenta, what are you guys going to do now?
We already did plot with the kobolds.
Alright, and you're waiting for tomorrow morning, correct?
Yes, that's the Tormenta.
Yeah, sure. I'll wait till tomorrow morning.
Alright, so time to return back up to your room.
Out of character, do I see that correctly that you guys just planned a rebellion in like 20 minutes?
No.
No, they've been playing the rebellion for a couple of hours at this point.
No, I mean out of character.
No, they planned it last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for like 20 minutes?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Sarah's not even going to question why there's glass on the floor.
Oh, hi, Sarah.
Hello. What happened? What's wrong with you?
Nothing. Someone threw something through the window while you're gone. I don't really care.
Where's Tormenta's piece? It seems to have vanished.
It's under there, the makeshift bed.
Ah, okay.
Probably
What?
just typical dwarven jealousy. Don't mind it. They'll get their own.
There we go.
Well, why did the dwarves have your stuff, Daddy?
They did?
Well, yeah. Like, Tipo takes out the bag and shows you what it was.
So they have the mind to steal from me and mock me, telling me that my belongings aren't even worth keeping.
I guess so.
I will enjoy burning this village to the ground.
That sounds like fun.
These dwarves' innards will be rotting in the sun by afternoon.
The little kobold,
Wow.
the little
When did you
kobold
guys
seems to
plan
be
this?
hearing this.
As you see, our little kobold friend that's laying in the bed right next to you, he was a slave. He was a slave to these people, and they weren't treating them nice.
We're gonna kill the dwarves?
As opposed to other slaves who are treated
Yeah.
well.
Dwarves do not rate owning any kind of slaves.
Well, when are we gonna do it? This sounds like fun.
In the morning.
Okay.
Sunrise.
Well, now I have a reason to why I can't sleep, and I'm gonna go ahead and subtract 2 from all my stats for being fatigued.
Aww.
Typical dwarven drunk.
Tipo is excited. He can't sleep now.
Over in the morning.
So is anyone going to do anything else tonight, or are we just all going to rest for the night?
Why the hell? I'm gonna knock on Yuki's door. Like the police.
Yuki?
-2 to strength and dex.
But
Sarah's at your door.
no. Open the door slightly and see who is there.
It's me. I'm gonna need your help with some stuff that we have planned. Do you mind if we talk in private?
Is it morning already?
No, it's still evening. It's still nighttime.
I say sure, and I open the door and let her in.
Lesbian love. Lesbian love.
No.
Well, that's what the lizard woman's for.
Okay, so Sarah's just gonna tell you about the events that happened with the kobolds too. And that the dwarves stole from us and they threw it back and insulted Tormenta.
Okay, so I listen carefully and
And we'll need your help with the whole
what
stuff
exactly
that's
do
kind of
you
about
want
to
me to
happen.
do?
If they decide to get close, I think we both know your specialty and death.
Oh, I thought you were about to say in womanly charm for some odd reason.
Hey, no, that's only to get raises.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I can accommodate that part of your plan.
And also, we heard there's wealth, and the kobolds know where it is in this city.
Hmm.
This isn't even a city. I thought it was like 3 like houses or something.
It's actually a tiny village.
Then that's that village.
With an inn, stables, and the warehouse is the only real big buildings in the place.
Unless
There's
they
a bunch
got
of
some
small.
underground shit. 'Cause they're
Yeah.
dwarves.
We already have the kobolds with us.
Well, if you need my help, then I will help you.
Alright. Now get your rest. We're gonna need it in the morning.
Okay, just for awareness, chances are I'll probably be up and I'll be gone before she gets there or tries to wake me, anything. I'll probably be scouting around and probably laying traps around the entire village.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Meantime, I gotta go. Be right back.
Yeah, I should probably inform Anciana.
Laying traps?
Sorry?
Death trap?
There comes a knocking at your door, Anciano.
I open my door.
Hello,
I
Sarah?
assume Cujo and the dwarf are in full sight.
If Kudra has come back,
If I was able to sneak back.
Yeah, I assumed you were. I thought you like climbed back up through
I mean,
the
if he
window.
wants to, he can sit in the rope trick, which is invisible if he pulls up the rope.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna send the rope trick. I'm gonna pull up the rope.
Okay, Cujo is not visible then.
Kudra's not only not visible, no being in the multiverse knows Kudra exists right now.
Aww.
Wait, it literally being in the
Wait.
rope trick erased your existence?
No, but you're absolutely undetectable even to gods.
Okay.
Sarah's just gonna ask if you could talk in private.
Sure, why?
Okay. Gonna lead you to our room.
I think she wants to talk to you without
I
the
go
dwarf
to your
present.
room.
Huh?
I think Sarah wants to talk to you without the dwarf present.
Yeah, I go to her room. I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah. So apparently, these kobolds are being really mistreated.
Okay. What's your idea?
I had to save one of them. He was badly injured. He was bleeding out on the floor.
By specify saved, how many of its internal organs are still technically living?
The kobold in question sits up from its sleeping position, basically gazes over at Anciano and starts yipping at him.
You see, he's alive. Sarah's just gonna.
I
Like
look
the
him over.
kobold?
Does he still seem injured?
He still seems mildly hurt. It looks like his wounds have been treated, but not
Healing
healed up
about
magically.
2d8.
The kobold seems very pleased with this. Its wounds are closing.
Sarah's just gonna hug the kobold.
Aww.
Put healing belt back into backpack.
Yeah. I
So,
figured
we're
nothing
burning the village down in the morning.
would-
I'm very excited about this.
Yeah. They stole from us, and then They mistreated kobolds and have them. They stole from Tormenta and then they have kobolds in slavery, not able to leave the city or have
Yeah,
a nice
get
day.
this. They like totally threw a rock through the window up here, and there was like a bunch of Tormenta stuff in it, like some gems and shit.
Okay. So your evidence that the entire village of dwarves was in a conspiracy to steal Tormenta's gems and then give them back is that someone threw a rock through your window with the gems attached.
Well, not only that, they're like Sarah and Daddy says, they're being mean to the kobolds. So we're gonna burn the village down.
So, because the dwarves are mean to the kobolds, you're gonna commit mass murder.
I just like casting fireballs, Anciano.
Let me correct you somewhere there, old man. Murder implies a lack of justification. We will be ending their lives. But it's more just like exterminating rats. Or curing a disease.
Okay, you have a timeout right now. Go sit over there with the insane child. You have the same mental state. How about just taking the kobolds out of the village
See, I told you you were my daddy.
and letting them have their own civilization someplace safe?
They won't allow that. When we tried to offer to get bargain for them, even to buy their rights, they wouldn't allow it. They stormed off.
The dwarf stormed off or the kobolds?
The dwarf.
Chris, I assume I have seen this village, right?
You've seen the village. You did not see any of the actions that Sarah's talking about.
No.
Okay.
I'm not interested at all in the actions. I'm just believing her.
Okay.
What I want to do is use a skill check. Knowledge engineering.
Yep. You can pretty much do anything you want. What do you want to know?
I want to know the important defensive strong points in the village.
Pretty much you're standing in it along with the warehouse and the stables. The houses look like you could easily knock them over yourself if you really wanted to, and they could easily
So,
burn under
The
Tifa's.
point is, if someone were to take these three places, they would basically have taken the village.
Yes. Hell, you could probably get away with just the inn and the warehouse, but the stables pretty much just house the horses and such.
And we
Wait,
already talked to the
more
kobolds
importantly,
too.
what is in the... I'm from the outside. Can I guess what's in the warehouse? It's like a granary.
In addition to that, yes. Apparently, the dwarves have been saying how the path up the mountain is rather steep. It's really difficult to get the horses up there, along with all the equipment that people sometimes bring, so that people tend to leave the equipment and the horses in the village. Whether people don't come back, or, they don't come back within a certain amount of time that they paid for the space, the people of the village kind of auction off the horses and equipment that's been left behind in the warehouse.
Okay. In that case, Sarah, how about instead of pointlessly killing people, we just take this place and the warehouse. At that point, the dwarves are forced to negotiate because they can't take either.
And what happens if they get violent?
If they get
I
violent,
plan on it.
you can defend yourselves and the kobolds. But if we do this right, not a single person has to get hurt, and the kobolds can leave.
Listen,
We
old
already-
man, no people were getting hurt to begin with. They're just dwarves.
The kobold seems to be quite
Why
happy
am I
with
not a
Tormenta.
cleric? Why am I not a cleric? Why am I not a cleric?
Anciano,
I had a silence spell right now.
we already talked to the kobolds. They are away from all the buildings, and they're going to stay away for a while. Just until the dwarves start to force them back into slavery.
All we need to do,
We promised them freedom, and I want to keep to my promise towards them.
yes, we in the dead of night, we take this place and the warehouse, At that point, we control the village's food supply. So they have to negotiate or starve.
So basically, in 2 hours we strike.
Safe passage for the kobolds. Ideally, without more than a guard having a strong headache.
The kobold looks over at Tormenta and goes, "Where's the fun in that?"
What did he say?
Whatever you said, Chris, I didn't understand.
Where's the fun in that?
Oh. The fun in that, kobold friend, is that not half of your people are gonna end up dead.
I don't know. Either way, it
Because
sounds
plays
kind of fun.
violently, a lot of people are gonna die on both sides. That helps no one.
What do you think? Who do you think they're gonna die?
Okay, I'm
Steve
back.
Dwarf down comes back right up, don't you know?
And each kobold down also comes right back up. The only person that wins the next attempt is you.
I don't
Daddy
know what
says
you're
that
talking
dwarves
about.
aren't even people, so it doesn't really matter either way.
Even if you don't care about the dwarfs, you could care about the kobolds that are gonna die needlessly.
But who said the kobolds are gonna fight?
Well, are kobolds people?
The kobold just kind of raises its little hands in the air and goes, "Fight! Fight! Fight! Fight!" Clearly, the kobold is interested in fighting.
See? She is
But
interested in fighting.
I'm gonna hug the little kobold, but I don't want you to get hurt.
Kobold just kind of makes a weird face, but hugs
Not to
Sarah
mention,
back.
if we start this by committing a massacre on dwarfs, these dwarfs have families. The only thing we create at that point is a feud that will last for the next century, where kobolds and dwarfs are gonna murder each other on principle.
They already have a feud against our race, anyways.
Isn't that like a mass exterminate? Like, Daddy says we could get them all in one spot that way.
So, your plan is to also get all the dwarfs' families from all the outlying villages?
I mean,
So the kobold looks
like
over.
rats, right?
The kobold looks over at Antiano. What outland villages?
Dwarves have strong family clans. I'm assuming these people didn't grow up out of the ground out of nowhere. They probably have family somewhere that will care if they die.
Well, families here in village.
Yes?
So
But they probably have uncles or cousins or fifth cousins thrice removed somewhere
Where?
else.
They're thought to be oddities. They don't like going underground that much. They're outcasts.
A lot of dwarfs don't like living underground. They're called hill dwarfs.
So you're saying these ones are outcasts, so that means they don't want anything to do with their family, and their family doesn't want anything to do with them.
So your primary source of intelligence is a kobold that wants to kill everyone.
Many kobolds.
Look, am I gonna get to throw a fireball or not?
And if they disrespect you,
Ideally,
people, you can go ahead.
Not. We could do this without a single drop of blood being shed.
Look, I'm going to
honor in
sleep.
that?
You're boring me.
Where's the honor in that?
Okay.
Preserving life?
You keep on using this preserving life, people. You keep on using these words with these dwarves.
Even if, for whatever demented reason that I am not prepared to deal with, you don't think dwarves are alive, the kobolds aren't, they're gonna get hurt.
All right, old man. We'll give you until about, 9 o'clock? Mid-morning? And then we'll do it the other way. Okay? Now, how do you intend to take these
two
buildings?
strong points, you're gonna need A, the kobolds, and B, some way to take out someone to tell us where the guards are.
If they're slaves, then wouldn't they be locked up somewhere so they can't run away?
They're forced into a
I'm forgetting which ones of you actually visited the kobold then already.
Me and Tormenta.
That's what I thought.
Well, then tell them to come here.
Okay. I'll be right back. I walk over, go into my room. Cujo, could you come join me down here?
Oh, he said BRB.
Here.
I just noticed that. I'm also bringing Dwarf Friend along because Dwarf Friend can hold a door for a century.
Yeah, but will Dwarfriend react to the fact that some of these people really hate dwarves and want to slaughter the dwarves in this village?
See? If my plan works, like 1 or 2 dwarves are gonna get a bad headache and that's it.
So do we wish to wait for QJ to come back?
Back.
I kinda need
Yeah,
to...
he is back.
Oh wait, shit, I forgot my water.
So, have you been the last couple of weeks, Anciano?
Dead.
Dead?
I
That's
have a
not
cold
good.
that won't die.
Oh my god, you still have that cold? Oh, that's an evil, evil cold. I'm sorry, dude. Mine only lasted about a week.
I mean, alternatively, if they don't want to negotiate, I can just one-shot the dwarven leader.
Probably the person who owns the inn is the dwarven leader. Because the inn is the most used.
Badass place.
Well, it's mostly because that's where people come from outside of the village, and
So the leader of the inn is also the mayor?
if the village could be said to have a mayor, then yes, the
And
I
whoever.
assume there were some free drink shenanigans in that election.
No election. This is a death spot.
Is there a dwarven Trump?
Actually, that could actually be a good excuse.
No,
but
it can't be dwarven Trump because then this inn would be bankrupt.
That's a good point. Anyway, Inciano, Kuju has called you to come to Sarah, Tormenta, and Tipo's room.
No, I asked him to step outside of the rope track.
Okay.
What?
Apparently the kobolds in this village are enslaved by the dwarves, which is bad, and our 3 Astima friends in the other room want to free the kobolds by killing every last dwarf in this village.
I'm gonna have to consult the manual, but I'm pretty sure genocide is a felony.
The laws only apply to Ravenwood and to the area immediately surrounding Ravenwood. This is way outside the realm of Ravenwood,
Oh,
therefore
wait,
your laws do not count.
Laws against genocide are not really laws that are written down. Some more laws that everyone generally agrees on.
So you're saying
not
that
everyone.
I don't have to enforce it?
Correct.
No. Instead of pointlessly killing dwarven babies,
We should steal them and make an orphanage and force them into labor.
Yes, Kuju.
That's slavery.
What we'll
Instead,
pay 5 cents a year,
that's still slavery.
which is a
called
fictional
American
money in this
prison.
universe.
Anyway.
Instead, I would like to take the 2 strong points in this village, occupy them, and then negotiate a release for the dwarves. Since you seem to be a rather sneaky person, I could use your help.
Oh, what do I get out of it?
You won't have to fight an entire village full of dwarves.
Well, I wasn't going to do that anyway, so what do I get out of it?
No, you were gonna do that because as soon as those 3 idiots in the other room are starting their dwarven genocide, those dwarves are gonna kill anyone that isn't a dwarf.
That's why I would escape it during the commotion.
Also, you get kobolds that like you.
Also,
And you get the satisfaction of preventing a genocide.
Which is probably good with deities.
Which is probably good with anyone who isn't evil.
But what if I want to negotiate with evil people too? Then that ruins my standpoint during those negotiations.
Do I honestly have to convince people not to kill babies?
Well, I'm not killing the babies.
If you don't help me, babies are gonna die.
They're not my babies.
They're still babies.
Can
So
we
what-
just switch Kujo to evil?
So what you're saying is you just want me to do this out of the goodness of my heart.
Yes.
What heart?
Not out of the goodness of your heart, out of basic decency.
Nice joke, Antiana, but seriously.
Dwarves have gold.
Are you gonna pay me or not?
You can have 2 gold.
Deal. Joke's on you. I was gonna do it anyway.
Good. Now I walk over to Yuki's room. And I bring Kujo with me.
Yuki, your door's being knocked on yet again tonight. It's not even morning yet.
As I start hearing the noise, I start, for crying out loud, would you people just leave me alone?
That's not very stealthy.
You were never
Neither is
stealthy to
yelling.
begin with.
Neither is yelling. That's not very stealthy.
That was
I
that was
opened
the
the
joke.
door and
What
I
would it take? I
answered,
should just
what do you
dominate
guys
person
want?
all of you.
What?
I should dominate person all of you.
But then you'd have to use all your spell slots on us, and are we really worth them?
I wouldn't get so much headaches.
This is why you should have been a
Okay.
I'm
You should have
assuming
been a-
Yuki opens the door.
This is why you should have
Yeah,
been
I
a
opened
bard.
the
Then you
door.
could have used music to influence people.
Yuki, I don't know if Sarah has clued you in on their plan to kill all the dwarfs in the village.
No, there's a plan to kill the dwarfs in the village.
Yeah, I would like not to kill every single living being in a village. So instead, I would like you and Kujo to take out the guards, ideally without killing them, that are guarding the warehouse, and so that the kobolds can occupy it with our help and then negotiate a release.
Well, I could try, but Kujo generally seems to be pretty slow.
That really hurts in here.
I'm gonna leave the planning of that part up to you. I just hope you can get it done, because that way we're gonna have freed an entire slave population by morning without spilling a drop of blood.
So what you want is you want me to go around tonight and knock all the guards out so that we can free the slaves by morning.
No, I want you to take out the people in the warehouse, ideally non-lethally, so we have hostages, so we can then occupy that warehouse without an alarm being raised.
It's a pretty tall order.
There are 2 of you.
You really rely on Kujo? Couldn't even catch a single thief.
We caught your Assassin's Guild.
Only because I let you. Then they were getting annoying.
Okay,
Have you ever
You
thought
two-
about not being arrogant?
work out
Have you
which
ever
of
thought
you
about
is
being quiet?
work out which of the 2 of you is better at this thing, and just get it done, please.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors for it.
Look,
You
paper,
can also
scissors,
work
scissors,
together,
fuck.
just a suggestion. I know. Oh, I need dwarf friend for this part.
Damn it. What does a tie mean?
You guys have to do it again.
No, tie means you guys have to work together as equals.
Ah, fuck it. I'm done. Going back to bed.
I win.
I hate all of you. I hate all of you. Okay. Me and dwarf friend go back to Sarah's room. I'm just assuming I did the roleplay between myself, between Anciano and Zanuck separately because I can do that in my head without taking up session time. Okay. The two sneaky people are gonna take out the guards guarding the warehouse as soon as they figure out which of them is better at stealth. I don't know, they're having a pissing contest. While this is going on, we are gonna go to the kobold pens and lead them to the warehouse and here. And quickly and quietly.
I don't know. My move silently is 17.
You're not in this conversation.
But the
I'm
thing
not talking
was,
about you.
Well, we played
Oh,
rock,
sorry.
paper, scissors to decide it, and I won rock, paper, scissors. Therefore, I'm the victor.
I mean, Kudra has invisibility, I believe.
Yeah,
Like
spot
the
on.
little bitch he is.
Yeah, that invisibility only works so well, though.
But the thing is, at this current point in time, my character doesn't know he can do that. He doesn't know about his powers.
Oh, damn. Without that damn tablet you had me identify, I could have just given one of you greater invisibility.
I mean, my hide's a 17 and my freaking stealth move silently is a 17. I don't know.
Again, you could work as a team.
Again, I won rock, paper, scissors.
Fine.
Therefore, I'm in charge.
Okay. Back to teams slightly less incompetent. Do you think you can get the kobolds out of their pens and into this place and the warehouse without causing a massive commotion? The warehouse should have weapons.
Can try once the doors are all asleep, but
That is the idea. When the dwarves are all asleep, we take the strong points. Come morning, we have hostages and the two most defensible positions in the village, and access to and control most of their food supply. We can also threaten to let that insane child over there loose with his fireballs, in which case everyone starves.
Yay!
The kobold is also bouncing in response to this. Perhaps he wants to see things burn as well.
Why am I helping these kobolds again? Maybe them being enslaved is a good idea.
little kobold, tell your brothers and sisters what, and your family what this man is saying.
Okay.
And do it so none of the dwarfs hear you, otherwise this plan won't work.
Yeah, dwarves don't speak what we speak.
That's what you think. I wouldn't rely on it.
You don't know, it could be like an Asian hair salon.
I mean, it could be like this party where everyone and their mother speaks Draconic.
Except for Cujo.
Hey, I don't speak Draconic. I speak
No.
Elven, Orc, and Droven.
No, I have Draconic, but my character didn't have a mom. So, Anciano.
So has anyone thought to talk to Strun over here, since she is in charge of the expedition proper? And she might want to know that something might be hiccuping in the expedition right now.
Nope.
No.
Alright.
Really
Oh,
don't
yeah.
care.
Honestly, I completely forgot about her.
I forgot. B, now I justified that I want to keep the people that know to a minimum.
Just send a note of everything that's happening real fast. Under the door.
Alright.
You're...
Hi, stay in your room tomorrow and don't come out.
Basically. We got a surprise for you.
What does the note actually say, Sarah?
I'm gonna also use.
Sorry, I just had
Chris?
I just had this mental picture in my head of you guys fail at something, and I've already set the village on fire, and that's when the elf shows up to realize that you set more things on fire, and at which point he runs away forever.
Chris, I have a question. I'm assuming the person owning this inn is also living in this inn, right?
No, actually, well, your characters don't have any way of knowing it. No, he does not actually live in the inn.
I mean,
he uses kobold messengers to dispatch between him and this place and his home when he's not needed in residence.
okay, are there dwarves in this inn right now?
Yes, in the kitchen.
Good. How many?
Let's see. Your characters don't know quite yet, but I believe there are 2 currently in the kitchen.
I mean, I'm literally going into the kitchen to find out, so
okay.
you can just tell me.
I'll just move your character piece down here then. Sorry, but your character is sitting there. I was thinking about that. The kitchen door is actually closed. Is actually locked at the moment due to what Sarah and Tormenta had been doing there earlier. But you can hear the voices of 2 people chatting inside.
Okay, I knock on the door.
The chatting stops for a moment. There's a slight whisper, and then the female voice calls out, "Yes, what can I do you for?"
Can I talk to you for a minute? I have a question.
You hear some locks and sneaking in there, and then a female dwarf pokes her head out the door. Yes?
I would like to know what the finest dwarven ale you have on tap is.
On tap? Yes?
Or at all. What is the finest dwarven ale you have?
Don't do it, Antiano.
She pauses for a moment and then quotes a specific brand. Probably something you've heard of since you're into the higher end stuff. Me, I do not actually have I'm not good with names, so just whatever a decent brand that you've had before is.
None of my companions would like to join me for a drink. If I buy the bottle, would you care to sit down with me and have a drink?
I'm afraid I cannot, sir. I'm still on duty. She actually looks around the in-room for a minute.
There's no one
Tavern
here
room
except
for a
for
minute in
me,
France.
so...
Well, somebody could show up at any time, but the staff seems to have vanished. I'm going to have to talk to somebody about that.
I mean, let them have the time off. Everyone is asleep. Just join me for a drink. How often do you get to relax?
She thinks about that for a minute. She frowns. And then just shakes her head. If my boss suddenly showed up, I would get fired for this. And this is the only job I could get here.
If your boss suddenly showed up, all you would have done is sell one of his most expensive bottles of alcohol to a customer and made sure the customer had a good time. I'm sure your boss will understand that.
Oh, you don't know my boss, sir. He is a slave driver. She kind of shivers all over. Even if you sold the most expensive bottle of wine, he would still accuse me of stealing it.
Wait. If I put the money in your chest, he would accuse you of stealing the bottle I just bought.
Yes. She is not a very pleasant person to work for. She pretty much owns this whole village.
Can you do me a favor?
Sure, sir. What can I do for you?
Can you open that bottle for me? Can you bring that bottle to a table for me? And and then get a message to your boss that I have a proposition for him. For a very lucrative opportunity.
She relaxes a bit. I think I can do that if I can find a messenger at this hour. I don't see any of them. They're probably all holed up. She mumbles and goes into the wine room and gets out the expensive bottle, quotes its price, which I believe is 2 gold, and opens it up for you at a table.
I mean, I'm not going to take the gold off my table because I'm going to steal it back in a minute anyway. Okay, then I wait until either she or her messenger leaves.
She spends several minutes looking around for a messenger and then just shakes her head. Where are they? She mumbles. Another dwarf pokes his head out from. Oh, go ahead. You were saying something?
Would you mind just going yourself?
Yeah. At this point, the cook pokes his head out from the kitchen and says, "Oh, why don't you just go? I'll cover here." And she heads out the door.
Okay. At this point, I pour myself a glass, and then I pour another glass, half full, and the other half I fill with how many doses of oil of Tagit do I own? No, I bought a couple.
Wait, are you using their glasses,
Yes?
Antiana?
Why wouldn't I use their glasses?
Oh, shit. Did you drink it, Anciano?
Not yet. I'm not intending to drink it at all.
Metagame, please tabletop this. Don't put your mouth on that glass.
No,
I just remembered
it
about.
It has 3d6 con damage poison on it. Anciano will die.
I just remembered that. Hold on.
They poisoned every single glass in the entire inn.
Yes.
How much?
Oh my god.
How?
Yeah, I forgot about that until Tipo reminded me. Tipo actually,
That's
what
possible.
Tipo did was that.
Per glass. I'm pretty sure she didn't have like 100 doses of black lotus poison.
We take a lot of tea leaves with us.
Yeah,
that would be more expensive than your entire character sheet.
Actually, the Black Lotus is much easier for them to get. In basically, pretty much it grows almost exclusively in the region where the Aasimar are from. Therefore, from their perspective, it's an easy thing to get, whereas anywhere else in the world, it is extremely expensive.
Yeah, they still need to carry 100 doses of poison with them. Also, wait.
Sarah has a bag of holding.
No, that's not the problem. You smear poison on 100 glasses or 100 glasses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to think of how many glasses.
I'm assuming you rolled the 100 use poison checks.
No, because it doesn't poison us.
Hold on.
We drink it. No, we drink it.
If you use any poison at all, you don't have the ninja or rogue class abilities of use poison. You have to make a chance to poison yourself.
He was just pointing out that remember their kind is actually
even if we
immune
do
to that
poison
type of
ourselves, it doesn't poison.
But I think it's actually because it wastes the dose is the problem.
No, it would literally poison themselves.
No, my point is they're immune to that poison. It won't actually affect them.
So they have the strongest poison I've ever heard of, and they're immune to it.
They're immune to that They're immune to that poison only, and that's because they've built up an immunity to it over many generations.
It affects us like an alcohol.
Yeah, to them it's an intoxicant.
Do you know what happens when you drink 100 shots of alcohol? You
yeah,
die.
I know, but I
That's a
don't think
lot.
1,000 shots of tea will kill you.
But you just said it acts like alcohol.
Let's see. I'm going back over
Fair
over the
point.
notes from last time, and now that I'm reminding of it,
It would,
Tipo,
you would poison
Tipo,
yourself on an average of 15 times.
guys, Tipo poisoned the glasses that were sitting behind the bar, not the ones that were in the wine room that the woman brought the glasses up from. He pretty much just poisoned the beer glasses. This is a wine glass that we're talking about.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm going back to figuring out how many poison doses I have. 3.
Okay.
I use Mage Hand and pour 3 doses of oil of Tagit into that glass.
What are its effects?
Initial nothing, and if they fail the saving throws, they go to sleep.
All right. Let's see. Dwarf. How long will that take?
A minute.
No. I'm trying to figure out how long it takes the dwarf to get back over here. Okay, that'll take a couple minutes. That'll give Shrun time to chat with the rest of the party up here, since she just finished reading the note and went over there. It'll be 10 minutes before the. Go ahead.
In that case, I'm gonna go for a couple minutes and give the dog a quick walk.
Yay! Walking the doggy.
Okay, what do you guys need to do? What? The dog's going for a walk?
Okay. Oh, I see. Kuju. I was wondering what Kuju why Kuju was sitting there, right in front of the door, and it was because he and Yuki are going to the warehouse.
Yeah, we left a long time ago.
Yeah, that's why I got confused about why I saw his piece sitting against the door to the like that.
Hey, Ed, do you still have all the side effects of each tea leaf?
Of what?
Of the Black Lotus leaf?
Yeah. What do you need for what color?
The black one.
Black one is.
Because Tipo poisoned the beer glasses in here, down here in the bar.
Got it.
Did I?
Yeah, because you said you poisoned the glasses, and then you're trying to say you poisoned all the glasses, but I remember that you were poisoning the ones that are behind the bar, and the one. That means that you poisoned.
Right, I did do that.
Yeah, you poisoned the beer glasses and not the wine ones, which are actually up here with the wine bottles. So there's no extra poison on those glasses. Not unless beer gets involved in this situation. But anyway, at this point, while Enciano was waiting for his meeting and waiting for the dwarf, Strun has come over to your door and is now knocking on it.
Sarah's opens it. I take it the dwarf went back to his room.
I'm thinking that he's still sitting there, since the person playing him is currently walking the dog. So he's just going to be sitting there.
Just gonna open the door. Hello.
Hello, Sarah. She peers around Sarah for a moment and looks at everybody else who's in the room. It looks like the majority of you are elsewhere right now. I wish to discuss this note that you left me.
Oh, yes.
You believe that the kobolds here are enslaved?
They are. They showed me and Tormenta when we were sneaking around.
Oh?
This one over here, he was bandaged. She's gonna put the one at the bed. He was bandaged and hurt, but Anciano healed him. And the doors were just walking by, not caring if he lived or died.
She does slightly at this.
And then we've seen their living conditions, and they're not allowed to leave this town.
That is most peculiar. I was not aware that dwarves did this to kobolds in this region.
And then we asked to buy them for their freedom, but they said no. And then they got mad and they locked themselves into a room.
How peculiar. And what is this business about theft?
And they also stole from Tormenta.
Strun looks over at Tormenta. Is this correct?
That sounds pretty accurate.
And then they drew his stuff back like if it wasn't worth keeping. There were red gems, a necklace.
And you're certain it was the dwarves that did this to you and not someone else?
Okay, I need to do a bluff check for this.
Why? Do you know who did it?
I'm
I
waiting
have
for Sarah's
my
bluff.
suspicion.
I'm waiting for Sarah's bluff check before I do anything else.
30.
Yeah, Strun believes you.
Like, I know nobody in this party would do this to us. See, we're all family here. Why would we take from each other?
Why indeed. But she looks over at Tormenta. And what is your word on this?
I wouldn't put it past a dwarf to be so conniving and evil.
Is this a problem with the dwarves in your region?
Yes.
I see. I've only met a handful of dwarves myself. Not many live in the Empire. But I've not met. They do not usually strike me as such thieving and enslaving of folks. But each region has some different, so.
That is true.
She glances over at Tivo for a moment.
But we want to set these kobolds free so they can live their lives how they want to.
People are just sitting there petting his rat, ignoring everything, and letting the grown-ups be grown-ups this time.
She looks back at Sarah. That is a noble aspiration. Strun sighs. I will not be able to participate in any such event. Unfortunately, it is against the rules of the Alliance.
That's why I said you don't have to participate. We don't want you to. We don't want you to get in trouble for this.
Yes, that'd be good. And if I tried doing it for myself, well, then if there was any government to strike back about this, they would then have to strike back at my clan and in the empire I belong to, which would not sit well with the empire.
And then we're gonna do a peaceful notice, but if they try to attack us, we're gonna have to use self-defense.
Understood. Well, I would hate to lose the party I established, and it'd be very difficult to go back in the amount of time that I have to retrieve the object.
I know.
So, be as safe as possible. I will wait up.
If we get the kobolds with us, they could probably help us.
That is a possibility. Especially with the cave that we have to transverse soon.
Kobolds love digging.
Yes, they might
And
be
they
able
love
to.
getting hugs.
I've never heard of a kobold loving getting hugs, but that is a good thing. Anyway, I shall go back to my sleep, and in the morning I shall wait for you outside of town. That will help.
All right. Thank you. We'll meet you once we're done.
Sleep well.
You too.
Alright, done with that. Let's see. Kujo and Yuki. You guys both here?
Depends on your meaning of here.
Alrighty.
And that's how you get it done.
Anyway, let's see. Theater of the Mind. You guys have snuck through the village in the dead of night over to the warehouse which isn't very big. Which isn't very far away. I have a crude map developed. Hold on, let's see if I can bring it up for a second. It's meant as a combat type map, so there's pieces sitting everywhere. But as you can see, here is the inn in the middle, and up here is the warehouse, so it's very close by.
Oh, someone's been using the worm launcher.
The what?
Someone's been using worm model launcher.
Oh, no, those were like free assets I found. I just decided that instead of they could put a generic building, I'd actually put one that actually looks like what it's supposed to look like, even though it's got that little weirdness around it. Anyway, so you guys are now sneaking around the warehouse. The stables are up north of you. You can easily detect the odor of the horses coming from there.
We're not gonna play any of this.
You can roleplay. You can roleplay it. I just figured that it would save time to have you standing by the warehouse at this point, given all the stuff going by, unless you had other things in mind.
So no guards at any of the open or at the front doors, rear doors, whatever. We just snuck in.
No, you're not inside the warehouse. You're outside.
Oh, okay.
You're standing outside the warehouse. The warehouse downwind from the. It's a word I used a minute ago and suddenly it slipped my head. How does that happen? Stables. You're downwind from the stables. I hate when that happens. I hate when my mind blanks a word.
Well, I can
and the word,
there's some stables here.
Yeah, and the word I was trying to remember last weekend about the Ariesta was enigmatic. I started repeating that word to myself as soon as I heard it again. Enigmatic. Enigmatic. Does that help you guys out at all?
We'll just go with it for now.
Okay. Cool. So, you don't see any guards outside the warehouse, but that does not mean that they're not inside. Earlier today, there were kobolds hanging around outside the warehouse, but now they seem to have vacated as well, perhaps because of what Tormenta and Sarah said to them. The warehouse does look mostly dark, except for one small corner towards the main doors.
Well, Cujo, you wanted to lead. I'll let you go in first.
Okay, first. We do the most ingenious plan that has ever been devised. I walk up to the door and knock.
Cujo.
And I ready my sap to bash him in the face.
The door opens slowly, and a Goliath stares down at you.
So I'm guessing I can't bash him in the face since he's too tall.
The Goliath slowly blinks its eyes. Yes?
Yeah, we're supposed to take over your guys' shift. Apparently there was an error with scheduling.
Haven't seen you before.
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you new in town?
Yeah.
Papers, please.
Okay, just a second. Got it. I appear to have dropped them somewhere. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. I'll run over to wherever Bush Yuki's hiding in and ask her if she has any paper and a pencil or a pen.
No. I just have weapons.
You just have what?
Weapons. These are teeth.
Yeah. Oh wait, I have that paper with the runes on, rune rubbing on it. Let's see, what kind? Do I have a pen though?
What are you trying to do, Cujo?
I'm trying to forge
Forge.
paper.
They still waiting at the door.
The Goliath is still standing at the door, blinking over towards the direction that Cujo went in.
Oh wait, I have some chalk. I'm going to attempt
Okay.
to use chalk on the paper I have.
I have an idea. I'm gonna use the sheath of my Ninja 2, and I'm gonna do a teleportation with pretty much where I bash the sheath over the person's head as I do it, just to knock him out.
That's still lethal.
So
It's
you're
a lethal knockout. Let's put it that way.
so your plan is to enter violently instead of using Cujo's ruse.
Okay. But
He
I'm not.
doesn't have a pen. He doesn't have paper. I don't
Except
know.
Okay.
no,
I
Cujo,
did have paper and I had
Cujo has
chalk.
paper and chalk, and he's managed to forge a convincing certificate.
Okay, is that black chalk or white chalk? Because I've never seen black chalk.
I have you can get chalk in like any color in this game, and I have all of them because I have a shit ton of chalk.
Yeah,
Either way.
I've seen it before.
Okay. I'm gonna show him the paper.
Alright, forgery check is good. Yeah, for that forgery check, I don't think I have to roll, considering the Goliath is not very bright. He looks over and says,
Is the Goliath even literate?
yes, the Goliath is literate, but the Goliath does not appear to be very bright. The Goliath reads over the paper, kind of nods a little bit, and looks back into the warehouse and yells, "Hey, it's time to go." He leaves along with 3 other people. However, a 4th is lingering at the door, looking skeptically at Yuki and Cujo. This one is a dwarf and is all alone now that the others have left. I don't trust you guys. Well,
How far away?
Cujo.
How far away are the others
Yuki's
at this
still,
point?
Wait, Yuki's still hidden, right? I was
Yes.
looking at Yuki's face. Sorry. He was just looking at Cujo then, saying, "I don't trust you."
Okay, how far away are the others?
They've just rounded a corner, going towards their homes apparently. Yuki, if you still wish to teleport and bash, now's your chance.
Yeah, I'm gonna motion Yuki to do that.
Just a sec.
What are you guys waiting on?
Yuki?
Okay, back. I had a phone call.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's just one guy left. Everybody else has departed. The one dwarf appears not to believe Cujo as readily as the others did, and is still barring your entrance to the warehouse. He does not yet see you.
Then I'm motioning to you.
Yeah, Cujo
Okay.
has his hand behind his back and is listening to you.
How far away from the door have I been hidden?
Let's see, bushes. You're probably only within about 10 feet.
Can I see anything as such open space behind the person?
Yes, it appears that the warehouse opens up into a good space beyond, with a small office or seating area in this day and age, where light is shining, with lots of racks of what would be chests in Minecraft filled with stuff behind that. But there appears to be some space.
Like the description.
Right.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to teleport in behind the person and knock them unconscious with the hilt of my Ninja 2.
Woohoo! Roll the die. I do believe that does take a dice roll to determine if you actually manage to teleport in and hit them.
Teleport, no, but to hit them, yes.
Yes.
Okay, if he's still conscious after he hits him, I'm gonna hit him too.
Now if I can just get the frickin'... No, I'll just use the sheath.
Hey, when you were in my Minecraft area, did you ever get to a Goblin Town?
What, are you talking to me?
To anybody who's played in my Minecraft world.
What about it?
If you ever been to Goblin Town?
I'm sure I have.
Because I have a warehouse in there. That's the reason why the description is stuck in my head. I'll go
Well,
back
I
there.
had my character sheet up. Let's see here. That's 1d20 plus 7. I'll just go with that.
Hey, does Tipo know detect hidden doors?
What the fuck?
No, I don't think he does. Let's see.
Ooh.
He's flat-footed, though.
Oh, yeah,
Does
wait.
that help?
That's right. That's a flat-footed dwarf without armor. A civilian. So yeah, they should be at least at at a 10, and not have anything extra on them. So yeah, that would hit.
No, I don't.
Is that just a knockout blow, or is that a killing blow?
That's a knockout blow, is with the hilt of the Ninja 2.
Sweet. The dwarf goes, oh, falls forward. Cujo, roll reflex.
You gonna catch him, Cujo? I mean, he's a dwarf. He makes a lot of sound.
Shit.
The dwarf smashes into your feet as it falls.
Smashes into what?
It is the dwarf's face is landed on your foot.
Ow. Okay.
Good
Okay,
catch.
I got this half. You got that half. Let's drag him aside.
Okay, I'm gonna go with that, even though I completely refuse to drag a dwarf.
Okay, fine. We'll lift him inside.
Fine.
And then I'll close the door behind us, and I'll put manacles on him. And then I'll look around for shit to loot.
Loot. Woo! You're in a warehouse. There are a lot of things you can loot, and there appears to be a random cross-section of adventuring gear that people just dumped here when they went up the mountain, and apparently never came back for this stuff. So you see old ration packs. Pretty much the only type of weapons you're seeing are the, really flimsy backup weapons, like, small bows, daggers. Nothing that looks like it would be expensive. Pretty much the stuff that, is on the basic character sheet, like, a tiny dagger, a rusty longsword, that sort of thing. You could
So don't really find any weapons.
Yeah, you could easily open up a general store with this stash, though.
Okay, damn it.
Good. I will call the nice to take the stuff away.
I mean, there are a couple of video games that actually would take place right here as a general store, where you're just outfitting any adventurer who wants to go up the mountain at this point.
Does anyone have Summon Swarm of Ants?
No. Okay,
Okay, continue now.
Shit.
I have summoned.
Okay, I've already used my Detect Magic, so I'm going to use Arcane Sight to look around for magical items.
Let's see, would anybody leave anything like that behind? No, the only magical items are on you and maybe Yuki. I assume that Yuki has some magical items, correct?
Oh yeah, I got quite a few magical items.
Then both you and Yuki are glowing.
No.
Don't even try it.
Why would I steal from you?
Because one of my swords is worth more than your entire year's pay.
I can think of a lot of things, but considering the way that Cujo rejected people in the previous game, but that wouldn't actually come together, I imagine.
Okay, listening check, see who's can actually hear anything that's going on, or to hear them if they're moving closer.
Okay, spot check. You see nothing but a couple of rats squeaking away from your light. The only thing you hear, actually I haven't rolled yet, I have for that. Okay. Yeah, the only thing you hear is the dwarf that you captured snoring away now that he's, dead asleep instead of just purely unconscious.
One sec.
And now we need to wait for Anciano to come back, because at this point the dwarf guy would have arrived there. So, what kind of cookies do you guys like this time of year?
Oatmeal or peanut butter?
Clams?
You said what type of cookie?
Cookies, yep. It's Christmas, it's Hanukkah.
Peanut butter.
I like the sugar cookies with frosting on them.
Sarah?
What?
Cookies.
Chocolate chip.
Cujo.
Chip's awesome too.
Honestly, I really like the sugar cookies too.
Okay, I've made sugar cookies. I have not made frosted sugar cookies, though. I've still got sugar cookie dough that's currently in my freezer that I'm going to thaw out for Christmas Eve. And maybe I'll then do frosted cookies on Christmas Eve.
Make peanut butter cookies.
No, I'd be the only one eating them. My dad hates peanut butter.
Yeah, but that's good. Like, that's more reason to make them. It's like, hey, I brought you a gift. But since I forgot that you don't eat. I'm sorry. Like, you knew the whole time. It's like making yourself a treat.
That's like what my mom does with buying me dark chocolate, because I hate dark chocolate. She says she doesn't want any candy.
Your mom's a smart woman.
She just says she doesn't want any candy in her stocking, and then she proceeds to buy me dark chocolate for mine. And I'm like, Mom, I hate dark chocolate. You're the only one who likes dark chocolate. Why is there only one piece of candy in my stocking? Just because you only convince yourself you only want one piece, or you only buy me one. It's like, that's why I have to overcompensate and put lots of candy in other people's stockings. But that's just me.
Oh, Grizz, I already explained to everyone else. Yesterday was my sister's wedding.
All right.
I got a little out of hand. I'm a little hungover right now. So,
Aw, I'm sorry.
if you don't get a response from me, just keep saying my name.
Okay.
Please. All right?
In that case, make sure to have at least one ear on so that you don't hear everything fully.
No, what I ended up doing was at the reception, I sat down, and I figured, hey, I'm already drinking. I found a spot where there was no one sitting next to me on either side. And when the waiter came around, I pointed at the glasses and went, oh, they're on their way. But they wanted both the white and the red wine. So can you fill up both glasses for them? So
Yeah,
I was working 6 glasses of wine at one time. So the waiter would keep coming back and filling up all the glasses.
I'm trying not to laugh because this is tragic as well.
No, I had a slice of pizza to eat yesterday, 2 bites of chicken, and about 3 or 4 bottles of wine.
Pizza. Wait, bottles? Jesus.
Yeah, bottles.
That's what I'm eating right now, pizza.
Yeah, so no,
I'm gonna finish off my chili
it was funny
tonight.
because half the people there are in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I know because I've seen them, and they're just watching me. Both my sister and my now brother-in-law, they're recovered alcoholics, but they chose to have alcohol at their wedding because part of the program is you're not tempted to drink, so your desire not to drink isn't going to affect other people. And they were traditionally there's wine at weddings, so why not?
So wine or champagne, one of the two.
So you
Mm.
tempted the shit out of them.
Oh no, they
Champagne, though, there
were
was an
like,
open bar at least one of the weddings I attended once, when I was old
oh,
enough
my
to drink.
sister. Every time I go to a wedding and there's an open bar, I turn
Righto.
into a shit show.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
No,
dude.
oh no, it's all good. Like everyone was like, wow, if just passing out or was the only problem I had, like I would still be drinking. And I was just like, I just smile and nod and laugh because that's what I've been dealing with this morning. And I'm just like, yeah, information's going to start trickling in. Apparently, I got drunk and just started hitting on all of like my sister's sponsees.
Here's the real question: was the karaoke?
Yeah, of course, we're Filipino.
God.
Excellent.
I can't wait to
Karaoke,
hear
oh,
that.
that would have been great.
No, it was really not.
What songs did you sing?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
Like true shit. Like I just kept on drinking.
Okay, so your sister's gonna tell you. Alright.
Oh no. It's gonna trickle because it's her wedding. She's busy trying to entertain, and I'm like on my phone and like going to different corners, being like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I know they're all like codependent and vulnerable, and there's a sick part of me that's just like, "Hey, let's take advantage of that." Yeah, so I'm gonna say, I'm good.
Alright, welcome back in, Fiona. Puppy all happy?
Sorry?
Is your puppy all happy now that you've gone for a walk?
No, she won't be happy ever again. Because I just told her tomorrow she has to go to the vet to get her shot, so she's not happy now.
Aww.
He's like, okay, I must plan on Fiana's
Wait.
death now.
Your dog understands German.
What's this?
Your dog speaks German. Like
What
I
she
told
does?
my dog that we're going to the vet tomorrow, and now she's
Yeah, she
overly
totally understood.
disappointed.
That's why she's hiding right now. Also, I just told her that I know she won't be happy. That's probably more what I meant.
And
Because she doesn't like the vet.
she's gonna be planning for your death now.
Yeah,
I'm probably
I'm
more like
worried.
I'm not going to cuddle with Fiona. I'm going to steal all of his blankets for even more so than I used to. No,
Yeah,
it's,
her main form of attack is coming to you and cuddling you, so I'm in grave mortal danger.
Dogs don't really have the ability to be spiteful.
yeah.
You're thinking
No,
of
they do
cats.
have the ability to be assholes, though.
Of course, but it's unintentional.
Yeah, typically by
I mean-
accident. I mean, cats can be assholes, but there's something not purposeful about that.
Oh no, cats
Oh,
are
that's a
assholes
lie.
on purpose.
That is not true. My cat is not an asshole at all, actually.
That's
I have a very well-behaved, nice, and loving cat.
Are you feeding it? Are you doing everything that it
Your
wants?
cat has manipulated you into believing you're like the
No,
battered
that's not
spouse
true.
in a bad relationship.
Hold on,
Like,
hold
it's
on.
not my cat's fault. My cat is amazing when I behave.
I've had my
Here's the
cat
real
for
question.
I've had my cat for a month and a half now. I've got all sorts of little tiny things that get easily knocked over and batted around the house. They're still sitting there. I haven't had to pick them up and put them back on the shelf once.
It's okay, Grizz.
And yeah,
Because
I know she's been up there, so it's not like she hasn't had the opportunity to knock them over.
So
I
here's
mean,
the real
like baby
question:
birds we can kill for fun.
do
That's
you
well out
all
outside.
bow to your cats without realizing it?
Of course, I feed her when she tells me to feed her. Like if I'm in the kitchen and she does a little
So
sudden meow and the food is
essentially,
directly empty,
you are
I will
now a
give her a cat.
slave to a cat.
Nope, I'm just a caretaker, not a slave.
Essentially, if you bow to a cat, they now consider you a slave.
Well,
Anyway,
for many reasons, we need to strongly curtail the house cat population.
Okay, continuing on. What did you need Anciana for, Grizz?
the dwarf that he asked to see has arrived.
Okay. I'm assuming she's sitting down.
He is. He just sat down across from you.
Is the other dwarf gone back to the kitchen?
Yes, the other dwarf has gone back to the kitchen.
Okay. I say, before we start, a drink. That's dwarven tradition wherever I have been.
Yes, yes. He takes the offered glass. A
And
drink.
I empty it in one swig.
Right. He empties his glass. Now, what was it I needed to roll for him?
The poisonous oil of Tagit, it's a DC 15. I have 3
Okay.
doses in there, so do with it whatever you want.
3 doses.
Half the glass is poison.
So wouldn't that raise the DC?
My point was Gris can do whatever she wants with it.
Okay, I'm thinking that means we would have to do 3 different fort checks on that. First one seems to have passed. You said DC 15, if I heard right.
Yep,
Pass. Meets the
he passes all 3.
the dwarf passes belly. That was good.
I mean, the best part is, he needs to do them in a minute again.
What are the effects of this poison again?
The first one doesn't do anything, so he basically just saved for fun. The second effect, which will come in a minute, will cause them to fall unconscious.
Okay. So what did you wish to talk to me about?
I heard you have a warehouse here where you keep all manner of equipment that isn't currently that you keep for groups traveling up the mountain.
Well, yes. They have rented out space in the warehouse because they can't carry everything up in the mountains without their steeds, and it stays there until either they come back or the payment has finished.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Flynn.
Thank
How
you.
long does one payment buy in the warehouse?
There's a sliding scale that starts off with a day. Most people usually pay in for about 2 weeks. At that point, it's usually about, he does some quick calculations in his head. I misplaced the one on the tables. Hold on. It usually pays about 5 gold for the 2 week span.
Oh, okay. I noticed you have kobolds in this town, right?
Yes?
The minute's up.
Alright, minute is up.
I hate this dwarf.
Oh my god. You know what? Just give him the bottle of poison.
I've put all my poison in his one glass.
And he's just smiling and nodding. It's like, yes, there are kobolds living here.
How did that come to be?
He kind of shrugs, but how does anything usually come to be? Kobolds stumbled into town. We gave them work long ago. They've been multiplying here ever since.
I spoke to one of your kobolds. They say that they're not getting paid.
Oh, of course they're getting paid. They're getting food, they're getting shelter, and they're protected from anything large that comes down from the mountains to eat them.
But they're not allowed to leave, are they?
He kind of blinks strangely at Anciano. Where would they go?
So, would it be possible to persuade you to lend us some of these kobolds for our journey?
You're going to have to take it up with the kobolds and whoever's managing them now. The ones working here in the inn, well, they pretty much have jobs to do.
What I heard is that you are pretty much in charge of this town, though.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm the one who's hiring everybody. I hire the people that work at the inn. I have a good stake in the warehouse, but there's a warehouse foreman that's in charge of that.
Yes, but I would like you to act as a liaison between me and the other person to maybe get me a better deal.
By the way, is there any more effects in this poison?
Nope. It's completely gone.
You completely wasted your...
I'm gonna buy more.
Okay. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. Liaison...
I told him that I want him to act as the liaison for this business deal. Because he knows everyone in town.
Alright.
And he would be paid for that.
So, basically what you're saying is that to get around the fact that it's really difficult to transverse up the mountain, you would like to hire a bunch of kobolds to carry your stuff for you.
Yes, and help us once we are across the mountain.
The dwarf gives you a funny look. Are you sure you wish to do that? I mean, kobolds? It's the one thing to keep an eye on them when they're bussing tables, but, you know, once they get up the mountain, they might decide they want your stuff and leave.
Yes, but you see how old I am. Do you really think I'm good at digging holes?
No, I suppose not.
Anyway, I have an associate upstairs who would rather not be seen negotiating this in public. Would you mind coming upstairs?
What kind of associate?
One of our members of the expedition has some ideas for using the kobolds as a resource for this village, which he wants to talk to you about.
The dwarf guy sighs. Just briefly. 1 second. He is agreeable to your plan and decides to follow you upstairs.
Before you even told him upstairs, cost us Robin. Of course, you would get a 10% commission fee for your help if this deal goes through.
And he seems quite pleased with this concept.
Okay, I go upstairs to the room of the 3 Asimars.
That sounds like a D&D adventure. The room of the 3 Asimars.
Yeah, you need to maybe a dwarf, by the way.
Or a dungeon. That's cool. Whatever.
I knock on the door and shout through the door. Our dwarven associate is here. Are you prepared for him?
That could mean anything, Tiana.
Yeah. You know, the man owns the inn. He wants to talk to you about the business deal we were discussing. I need someone in there to answer me.
It opens the door.
Okay.
Large skeleton, silly bro, or skeleton
Politely
guys coming here.
bow and say, after you.
The dwarf walks in.
Is your dwarf still in our room?
Yes.
Great, he's just watching us sleep now.
I'm assuming you're all awake because I was gone for like 10 minutes.
Well, that could happen in 10 minutes. She was just gonna get up from her bed. I'm trying to sleep.
Yes, but this dwarven friend wants to talk to you about the deal we're discussing, and I wink from behind him.
Mm.
Don't you want to offer him a place to sit?
Yeah, I'll pull a chair from the man. The skeleton just drags the chair for him.
Is the dwarf on this chair now?
Okay, I was trying to process what you heard because I was only hearing mumbling, so it took me a second to process that. The dwarf walks in and sits down, yes.
I close the door, turn to him and say, "You're a hostage now. Please be calm and reasonable."
The dwarf...
And then I grab the manacles out of my handy haversack.
The dwarf is actually looking quite surprised at this. He did not see this one coming. And he does not get a chance to resist when the manacles are brought out.
Actually, let me make sure I bought the manacles. This would be a lot. Yeah, I bought Masterwork manacles and an amazing lock. So he's not getting out of those. So he is now manacled to that chair. Not that he can move anyway.
And there's a skeleton behind him.
It's just gonna clitter its teeth together in its ear.
Then I...
And Wolf is like, what?
Sorry for the deception, but we have decided that your continued enslavement of the kobolds isn't justifiable. So, come on in, they're gonna leave this town and you're gonna leave them in peace.
What? What? He just keeps repeating what?
And to make sure no one is...
Cujo still has access to Anciano's webpage. Hold on, I'll fix that. I whispered something to Cujo, and I whispered something to Anciano. Cujo responded, so I was like, what? There, that should be better. I just whispered something to Anciano, but you responded, Cujo.
Oh, okay. That wasn't meant for me.
No. that was for Anciano.
Oh, yeah, and you need to remove Cujo from my character sheet.
Yeah, that was my bad. I completely forgot. I thought I'd done that last weekend.
To make sure that no one does anything hasty, you're gonna stay with us until the situation is resolved. I assure you no harm will come to you.
The dwarf does not look... finally closes his mouth, but does not look convinced of this.
Sarah
If all
walks
goes
up.
according to plan, you will be back to your old life of abusing your dwarven employees by this time tomorrow, by noon tomorrow.
His mouth
Sarah
opens and closes again.
Sarah's gonna walk up, Grizz, and put her hand on his cheek. You won't get harmed.
Roll a bluff check, Sarah. Roll a bluff check.
Is she actually trying to calm him? I don't know. See?
Honestly, I'm not.
Also, I just realized all my...
The dwarf instantly calms down and gazes up at Sarah with eyes that suggest that he is enchanted by her and will believe anything she says.
We don't wish to harm you. Let's be civil about this.
You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
I pat Sarah on the shoulder. Whatever you did, good job. Chris, have I been in this inn for 8 hours?
Let's see, total of 8 hours? Yes.
Cool, then I can re-prepare my spells.
Yay.
I mean, minus the ones I cast while during the session, but...
I like Yuki and Kujo's comedy team over there on the side.
That means I get all my hearts back, which I immediately cast, so I'm back to 53 life.
I'm gonna need sanitizer later for my hand. Cujo, throw fire. Not Cujo.
Cujo's with me.
I know. I thought Cujo could throw fireballs. People, throw a fireball. Cleanse my hand.
I mean, that would probably cleanse your hand, but I'm fairly certain it will cleanse a lot of other stuff with it.
Don't worry. My hand can regrow.
Magic
I don't
clothing.
think it works like that.
I have a rod.
That's your fingers, isn't it?
No, it's a body part.
Oh, okay.
Driss,
Yes?
what time of night is it?
At this point, it's about 1 in the morning.
I turn to the,
We're not there.
no, to the Asimas. At this point, you should probably get the kobolds moving.
What do you mean moving?
Get them to the warehouse and this place and occupy both of them.
Sounds like a plan.
I
You
will
got
have
that
a
right,
nice
Henry.
chat with our dwarven friend here.
Sarah's gonna take the dagger that she has and give it to the kobold.
Also, Sarah, if you don't mind, could you go swing by down the kitchen and inform them that me and their boss have come to an agreement and he has gone home and told them that they can take the rest of the night off?
Will do. Don't worry, Barky. Don't worry. We just want to have a civilized conversation. You should be okay with this old man.
I mean, to be fair, I couldn't really harm him if I wanted to. You see how bad I'm at aiming my crossbow.
he's like a Star Wars stormtrooper.
No, those have way better aims than I do.
That's scary.
That is scary.
I think I've hit like 5 times all campaign.
But do you have better aim than a sand person?
Probably not.
But is he spooked as easily as a sand person? All right, so Sarah is going to round up the employees and send them away. Ooh.
I think they believe me.
Yeah, that's an amazing bluff check. They leave you without hassle. I nominate Kuju and Yuki as the comedy team of the century.
The century?
Maybe just year, but...
I was gonna say, was like comedy not invented until this session or something, in this universe or something?
So I'm just thinking, and if like when I'm seeing people typing stuff, my brain translates it into an anime, and so I'm seeing Yuki and Kujo in anime terms doing this.
Okay, that's gotta give me something. That's a net 20 right there.
Yes. All right.
So I take it then me and Tormentor just leave the tavern to get the kobolds going.
Alright. Kuju is searching for a crime, Yuki's looking around. You're pretty much just the guy that you were dealing with earlier, which I believe you put into a chest, wasn't that it? Isn't that what I saw? And now you basically find evidence that the people who go up the mountain don't tend to come back because there's a lot of excess gear here. Nothing magical, nothing, something that would be extremely useful for you, just minor weapons and minor, bits of equipment, pieces of rope, little bits of bags that people just didn't bother taking with them. Basically, it just looks like the whole mountain might be a death trap, is what could be implied by the readings of inside this warehouse.
Okay. Did you just say rope?
Yes.
They're also grappling hooks.
Just rope, no grappling hooks.
Damn it, I'm gonna take some rope.
You know what? As a reward for capturing the dwarven leader, I'm gonna grab a glass of whiskey. Be right back.
Yay!
Oh, Alciana drunk. This should be fun.
Okay, what kind of rope is it, and how long is it?
Okay, let me do a roll and see how much rope we have.
Okay, so Kujo, you also need to roll a thievery check.
There's no such thing as a thievery check.
Okay, you find, let's see, 11 10-foot ropes. You find 7 20-foot ropes and 7 30-foot ropes. There's a lot of extra coils of rope here. There's a lot of people that must have gone up the mountain and never come back. Who abandoned this much rope.
Okay, can you say that again? Actually, wait, Yuki, do you want some of the rope?
I'll take a couple of pieces.
Okay, well,
Welcome back, Antiana.
It's probably easier to just write down 7 50-foot rope because you can just, tie the ropes together.
Okay. You get 3 50-foot ropes, and I get 4 50-foot ropes.
I mean, there are 2 additional 50-foot ropes you can make out of the 10-foot ropes.
Oh my god, man.
You can never have enough rope.
I'm gonna
Okay,
listen to
you know
people
what?
about the mountain.
You know what? Let's just. Okay, that's
Okay.
fine.
Well, while we're waiting, I'm gonna go ahead and set up a few surprises for anyone trying to get in another way.
Woohoo!
By the way, Gris, I sent Warfront with the Asimas.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's only me and that guy, and somewhere in this building I assume is Jirok. Because I have plans for him later.
No, I'm sorry. I think that's the one thing I didn't say when I was saying everything else. I think I told you last week, and then forgot to when I was re-saying it. That when you guys fought the Ents, the elf got really upset because he ended up killing something he loved, and he wandered off. He hasn't actually arrived at the village.
See, here I was wanting to have him get XP for all of this.
He can show up at any time, but he hasn't actually made it to the village, so he's... I basically said earlier that I had this weird vision of him showing up right when the village starts burning down because all of your plans have gone awry. At which point he runs around out screaming because he keeps running into fire. And is now permanently terrified of fire. But that's just a vision in my head. If all goes well, nothing will be burning on fire unless Tipo tries to set things on fire again. Okay, so warehouse people, you guys are still looking around, correct?
Actually, I will be setting up surprises.
Yay! Well, Kuja's still looking around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so where are we getting the kobolds to mass at this point?
The plan was to get them into the warehouse and in this place.
They can't currently enter the warehouse because Yuki's in the middle of trapping it.
I didn't say anything about the front door.
Okay.
Also, I'm assuming if the first kobold opens the door, Yuki could tell them.
I figured Yuki's in the middle of...
I mean, also the other people
setting traps, and
doing the door
Kujo
stuff.
appears to be wandering around the warehouse. So that means there's nobody actually at the door at this point. Kujo?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're talking to the dwarf owner guy. All right, go
Yeah,
ahead.
but since I'm literally trying to draw up a contract here, do something else with people that is way more interesting.
Which is what I'm doing, which is why I was waiting for Kujo to say something after I asked him what he was doing.
I'm still looking around for secret doors and other such things.
There doesn't appear to be any secret doors in the warehouse. Just the sad reality of the fact that people don't come back from that mountain.
Oh. And the only thing we can do with this crap is arm the kobolds.
Gonna get the kobolds armed and then send some of them to the tavern.
Alright, so the kobolds are now entering into the tavern as Kujo is poking around the warehouse. Kujo, you see that Yuki is busy setting up traps.
Alright. As long as I don't get caught in one, I don't care.
There's a sudden knocking on the warehouse door.
What's the password?
Don't know! You hear some type of chattering from outside.
I
I
say,
look over at Cujo and tell him to open up the door.
wait, this could be a trap. I say in Draconic, what's the password?
There's still some high-pitched yipping and...
Don't they
squealing
only
noises.
know Draconic?
Wait, do they only know Draconic?
They appear to have mastered some words in common simply because they live in this area. And are forced
They
to
might know
speak common.
Dwarven. Do dwarves know Draconic?
Some of the individual dwarves might know Draconic, but that doesn't mean the majority knows Draconic.
Also, I'm pretty sure you can tell the difference in the voice between a 200-pound dwarf and a 40-pound kobold.
That's what they want you to think.
That's right. A good disguise check can disguise anything, Enciano.
I disguised this chair as a lamp!
Actually, I think it's a bluff check to fake your voice.
Hate you guys.
Okay.
You know Common and Dwarven, and they don't get Draconic as a bonus language.
There isn't a trap-making profession or skill?
There is. It's literally called craft trap making.
Okay. You have to roll whatever the craft trap-making is.
Yes, and I
probably
just don't
his
happen to have
install.
that on hand.
It's just your in-score.
Alright, let's see.
And
Did anybody accompany these kobolds to the warehouse?
Uh, probably the three
I
Asima
did.
and the dwarf. Definitely the dwarf.
Okay, then whoever said I did can now respond to Cujo.
What did Cujo say?
I asked, what's the password?
Okay.
I don't
Sardoc
have time for
runs
this
in
nonsense.
common. The password is open that door. I'm gonna kick your ass, Sonny.
What?
Dwarf grunts, open that door, or I'm gonna kick your ass.
Wow, way to be rude. Maybe I don't want to open the door anymore.
Cujo, just let me touch you. I'm gonna lay a finger on you, Cujo, if you don't open that door.
wow, now she's going after someone else.
Wait, what'd you say?
She's gonna touch you if you don't open up the door.
That's
Oh
good.
my god, that's a threat.
But if I don't open the door, you can't touch me.
Are you sure
That's
about
what you
that?
think.
Mage hand.
That's technically not you
Or
touching me.
spectral hand.
I mean, you can't spectral hunt him, you don't have line of effect.
Huh.
I
You
can make
can't see
hand
him.
zombies.
You gotta pay the troll toll to get into this warehouse.
I hear the commotion. I jump down. I smack Cujo in the back of the head and open up the
Ah,
door.
fine.
You're so lucky I don't wring your little neck right now.
I'd like to see you try. I mean, I bet your skeletons could do it, but I don't think you could.
Not sure if she meant literally there. She meant like your figurative.
AC must be low.
Yours is like fucking 16 or something.
It's like 18. That's
Yeah, it's not. Well, yeah, you have a chain shirt.
yeah. It's not high, but it's not low either.
Your touch AC is low. Like what?
And my attacks go to touch AC.
It's 13.
And she can mess you up.
I can mess her up. Each of us can mess someone else up except Antiano, because he can't hit jack shit with his crossbow.
He can cast web and take all of you down in one hit.
What?
At this point, they probably have reflex saves and you know, disgusting stuff like that.
That's true.
With my rolls, I wouldn't make it.
I mean, your strength score, you wouldn't make it anyway.
No, I'm at like a 7 strength right now.
Why do you have
I'm
only a 7
exhausted.
strength? Oh, you're exhausted.
Because I'm
That's right. I forgot.
fatigued.
My bad.
Just to let you know, I'm whispering to Sarah a few things.
Okay.
Wait, you're whispering to Sarah in front of my face.
You're not an elf. Get over it.
Wait, so? I speak Elven.
Oh,
Yeah, but you don't have elven hearing.
I don't need Elven hearing. I just need to wait. But you're right in front of me. You guys didn't say we go to a corner or something. You guys are literally just standing in front of the door talking right now.
Yeah,
Why
but
don't
I'm
you go to
whispering.
your corner?
Roll a
The
listen
door
check.
is his corner.
I mean,
Why
it's
aren't you
not
making my money,
okay. I
Cujo?
definitely fucking hear you guys.
Cujo, why aren't you making me my money then? If you go to your corner, make me my money.
What?
Okay.
Are you his pimp now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. With that listen check, I definitely hear you guys.
Yeah, he got a very high listen check. So he'd be able to hear anything you're talking about.
Don't care.
Tie up Cujo.
This is why you need to go to dark corners and whisper.
Tie up Cujo. Tie up Cujo.
So what are you guys whispering?
I just
Apparently they
aren't
don't
repeating
like
it.
you.
What?
Apparently
kept
they
on
don't like you,
repeating
Cujo.
Oh, that's what you were whispering?
Yeah,
Yes.
they want to tie you. That she wants to tie you up.
Oops. Sorry. I forgot that Row 20 is really weird with whispers.
He's just not being a derp.
Okay, so is that your stage 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
No, those are the 6 main. One of them is because I want to whisper them to Gris, as I'm negotiating them with our dwarven hostage, but because I use paragraphs for 20 acts weird.
Shame on you, Granciano, for using paragraphs. What kind of
The
monster
first
does
paragraph, because theirs is visible anyway, states that the dwarves and kobolds have to leave each other alone for 100 years.
I don't like this deal at all.
That's
Your
a
character has
heavy
no way of
name.
knowing what's going on with that.
Have you got any prisoners?
Hmm.
Yuki and Cujo?
that? Yeah, we have one.
I open up the chest and I show the
The
dwarf that's
unconscious
been stuffed
dwarf
in there
that's
unconscious.
snoring in there.
Tie him up and gag him.
He's manacled, but he doesn't have a gag, I guess.
Yeah, he's snoring.
Cujo, can you jump in there and put a gag in his mouth?
What? But do we really
You're the
need to,
man.
do we really need to gag him though? And also,
Get in there and
You
gag
what?
him.
Do you want him yelling at you?
They don't like the snoring, that's it. They just don't like the snoring.
he's in a chest and he's unconscious right now.
But when he wakes up, he's gonna yell.
But
Probably
he's in
gonna
a
choke on... Oh, never mind.
So
But
unless you,
surely, Cujo, you don't want that awful noise of the chest rocking and him
Sarah
Wayne.
seems reasonable.
going yelling at all about.
I personally don't care.
Then I won't poke you. As her hand glows purple.
I'm just gonna back away slowly. Backing away slowly.
But if you do it, he won't get hurt in the process. If I do it.
Then why doesn't Yuki do it?
Well, she's a woman.
That's sexist. That is sexist. Are you saying that she does not have the capability of doing it just because she's a woman? You sexist
Did you
piece
just
of
assume
shit.
her
Get out of
gender?
my sight.
She has more capability than your ass.
Then exactly. Tell her to do it then.
You and your mangina.
If you really think that, then why aren't you asking her to do it?
Because I have to ask her about other stuff.
You can literally do both
I
at
need
the
to
same
ask her.
time.
I need to
and
ask
I can
her about
walk
her
over.
nails.
I can walk over to that dark corner over there.
We don't need to know what you do in dark corners.
Exactly. So I'm gonna walk to that dark corner, and you guys are gonna deal with whatever the fuck you guys want to do. And now I'm gonna walk over to the dark corner and sit there, thinking about where I went wrong in life to end up at this point.
I want to say something, but it's mean.
Do it.
Well, if you want to know what went wrong with your life, just take a look in the mirror.
Damn. That was spicy. Why are you making a melee attack?
For the dwarf. Did that hit touch while I'm putting the gag on?
Yeah, the dwarf is unconscious still.
I mean, you don't have to roll to put a gag on an unconscious person.
Yes, I do.
You
No.
really don't. The only time you have to do that is when the DM really hates you.
Fun. What it takes when I'm putting the gag.
Who are you hurting?
Well, Kuja had me put the gag on him.
No, I said go ask Yuki if you think she's better than me.
Also, you don't have to use your charnel touch if you don't want to.
It's to stop the impurity of the dwarf touching me.
You're still touching him.
Yes, but negative energy kills the germs.
That's... no.
She's trying to kill the dwarf.
Well, that depends on if you consider germs alive or not.
Well, they have to be living to... Okay, I'm gonna make sure the dwarf doesn't die, though. Just to please Anciano.
For some reason, kobold isn't in the Chrome dictionary.
How kobold of them.
It always underlines it. That is annoying. If I was one level higher, all of this would be so easy.
Hush. You
No,
always
it's
say that. One more level. One more level.
about the negotiation thing. I could use magic to pretty much ensure that no one can ever fuck with the treaty ever.
Treaty?
What, do you get like Geos or something?
Gears? How about an army of robot outsiders that are wholly dedicated to enforcing this treaty?
The Inevitables. Oh, that'd be cool.
Oh, those guys.
See? As long as you don't kill anybody, it doesn't violate the treaty.
Oh, but if you do kill someone, those guys will kill you.
So you can hurt them slowly without killing them, and you won't be violating it. Loopholes.
No, the Inevitables will still
Actually,
get
if
triggered
any
after somebody
kobold,
dies.
if the dwarves go to the kobold village or the kobolds enter this village, they will automatically violate the treaty, if not
Yeah.
permitted.
The treaty was that they wouldn't bother each other, not that they wouldn't kill each other.
it specifically forbids any dwarves from following the kobolds and any kobolds from re-entering within 30 miles of this town.
30 miles, each.
Which should provide the dwarves plenty hunting grounds that are uncontested.
So is it 30 miles from the center of the town or 30 miles from the edge of the town?
The town is not a mile around, so it doesn't really matter.
Entire thing. The point is the general idea of the treaty. I'm intelligent enough to lawyer speak the hell out of it.
That's what you should have Kuju do, because Kuju has points as a lawyer.
I have int 36, so I'm pretty sure I can draw up an ironclad treaty.
You don't, but do you have points as a lawyer?
No, but I do have points in knowledge history and knowledge nobility. Both
I
could
don't-
do with treaties.
That could help.
Ha! You got out nobility.
So what's the rest of the party doing while Antiana's doing all this?
Finishing up my traps. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go do something real quick, and I'll be right back.
Alright.
Contemplating in the dark corner whether or not Anciano is actually going to pay me.
I'll pay you the 2 gold I promised you. Also, as a sign of good faith, I'm actually gonna pay for the bottle I intended to steal.
Alright. Let's see, Tormenta, Sarah, Tipo.
Yes.
What are you guys doing?
I have no idea.
I mean, they're either at the warehouse with the kobolds, or they're somewhere else. Maybe with the kobolds on the way to the inn?
Am I with the kobolds?
You're wherever you wish to be.
You're with the kobolds.
Away from all the dwarves.
So you're with the kobolds in the warehouse.
Sweet. Are there rats there?
Yes.
Okay. Then me and Templeton are talking to other rats.
Is no one at all going to say anything? Because Antiana just keeps whispering things to me that could be easily role-played out instead if nobody else is going to talk.
Yeah, you can roleplay it out. Like, I really don't have anything to say, to be honest.
Just to make it clear, the last whisper should have come from Anciano, not Sanok. I just forgot to change the text box.
Yep, sorry. Yeah, the dwarf is currently outraged, even further than having just been tied up in here when he realizes.
Hey, I gave him a nice dwarven drink and a straw.
Well, he hasn't touched it because he's been too caught off guard by what basically what Antiano was talking about here, and he's like, "We haven't enslaved anyone. That's the kobolds. What the hell are the kobolds telling you?"
The kobolds told us that you are suppressing them and that they're living in kobold pens.
Pens? Pens? They have a den nearby.
Also, the kobolds told us you're not letting them leave.
What do you mean? Who said that?
The kobolds I talked to?
What did they actually say?
I mean, out of character, I don't remember.
Out of character, they didn't actually talk to you about any of that. Sarah and Tormenta basically told you that these kobolds are enslaved. That's all you knew going in. So anything else that was just colored by their words, and
Yep.
they are either lying outright to you about it, or they are the ones that are not understanding what's going on here.
If what you're saying is true, come morning when we talk to the dwarves remaining in the city, if what you say turns out to be true, the kobolds will just leave the town.
I don't think they're going to go anywhere. Seems clear that the dwarf doesn't think that the kobolds are necessarily going to be leaving, since apparently they've been here for long enough, or that they have refused to leave in the past. It's unclear which he's referring to, but he seems to be exacerbated by this.
After what we're doing right now, they don't have a choice but leave, or the two groups will murder each other while I counterspell everything.
You can't counterspell melee weapons.
That's what weapons for.
They still get it off. I get more undead.
Yeah, I can counterspell that.
So it looks like this argument's going to continue to go circular and everything, so I'm not seeing a resolution to the actual argument, so I'm going to assume that people are going to sleep now, or that we have anything
I'm
else we need to
placing
do.
an icicle trap over him that only I and he are attuned to.
Alright.
And I put a piece of paper on the door, do not go near the dwarf. The trap will hurt you.
Alright. So people come back to the
warehouse after I arcane lock the door.
Okay, so you have now left Sarah and Tormenta and Tipo's room, and are heading out to the warehouse, where you find that they have a single prisoner who's currently gagged and chained inside of a chest.
Whoa, we didn't have a chain. I only used manacles.
Okay, I'm back. Take a warm break.
No.
I was just chewing. I didn't want to chew too loud.
I want to ask for whoever is of the kobolds is in charge.
The kobolds look around at each other, and then one just shrugs and says, "Give it back to me!"
Would you come over here for a minute?
The kobold wanders over towards him, apparently believing whatever you wish to say to him.
I mean, it's literally, I want to talk to him in private over here. Tell me about your life here. Chris?
Well, sorry, I was swallowing something. Well, the kobold says, thinking for a moment, we run messages between things. We live in a little hole in the ground. We eat scraps. Not much. Dwarves don't like us much.
Are you allowed to leave?
The kobold shrugs. Where in the world would we go? There's nothing around here. Just really big monsters that would eat us.
So, as the dwarves pay you for your work and you're allowed to leave, why start an armed revolt?
The kobolds look at each other, and then they immediately all
I'm only talking to that one kobold in private.
Sorry. The kobold looks around for a moment and looks over at Tormenta.
Yes?
The kobold is staring at Tormenta. Tormenta, are you here?
I mean, so...
Where's Cracker?
I have a I would ask something before I call out Tormenta anyway. So, Sarah, you can't actually enter your room.
Why?
He
Because
arcane
I
locked
He
it.
arcane locked it.
So,
Is there like a ledge for the windows?
No.
I closed the window. There's also a note on the door saying, "Don't approach the dwarf, it's trapped."
But there is also a broken window.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. There's a broken window.
I'm gonna do my best to go through the broken window.
I want to ask the kobold. So if you were to receive half the goods in this warehouse, and we would show you a place where you could live on your own, would you be okay with that?
Yeah, sure. There's lots of stuff in this warehouse.
Would you agree to leave the dwarfs alone?
That depends. The dwarf's following us?
No.
There's no reason to hurt them.
Good. Time to figure out what kobolds can eat.
How about what kobolds can't eat? That'd be a much shorter list.
Kobold physiology.
Wouldn't that be in Races of the Dragon?
Yep. That's why it opened kobold physiology. I don't care about your love and your sorcerers. I care about your food. Seriously, why? What is this with D&D books and them telling me the problem that they never answer what do they eat?
Kobolds can eat a wide variety of foodstuffs, drawing nutrition from a broad omnivorous diet.
Hey, Antiano, arcane lock. Can a spectral hand get through the window of a room locked by arcane lock?
The arcane lock only works on the door, though.
Yep. I mean,
Alright,
she
then-
can
then
split
yes.
her hand through it.
Okay,
I don't know why
I just want to make sure.
Give me 1 second to look at Spectral Hand.
What the? That's an odd copy-paste.
The heck is that, Kuja?
I copy-pasted something, but it didn't turn out right, so you can still read it.
The Spectral
No.
Hand works, yes. I read it.
But no.
So, are you casting Spectral Hand, Sarah?
To see why the door won't open.
Because it's locked?
Yeah. But I don't know who locked it, so you could also be a chair in the way.
You can see that there's no chair in the way.
Wait,
Well,
didn't you
that-
put a note on the door?
Yes.
Yeah, I put a note on the door.
Antiano,
He only put the
Antiano, will spectral hand cause the trap the trap to function?
It would, but if she goes for the door, it doesn't actually pass through the square that's
Okay, but if the hand were to pass through the square where the dwarf is, would it then trigger the trap?
Yep, and the hand would immediately die. No matter what you roll.
Would the dwarf get hurt by the trap?
Yes.
So basically, basically, if the spectral hand cracks the threshold, the dwarf would be killed by
If
the
she moves
trap.
the Spectral Hand from this window to the door,
No. I asked you specifically if the spectral hand was going for the dwarf and therefore touched the area around the dwarf. Would then the spectral hand trigger the trap?
Yeah, if it goes for the dwarf, yes, but she said it's going for the door.
But she's lying. She gave me a bunch of stuff in text about something else. So that's
Okay,
the
yeah,
reason.
that is
Just to answer my question rather than assuming.
Hey, they're beautiful people.
Okay, Sarah's sexual hand is dead, and as a result, also the dwarf has been killed.
Wait,
That's not.
what? The
I don't
skeleton's-
so low, but
the
Sarah needs to
skeleton-
roll how many HP she loses.
two. Heals it back up.
Okay, why is the dwarf dead and why is the skeleton undead? Undead?
No, the spectral
What?
hand she was casting because you were trying to do something to the dwarf, and the spectral hand broke the threshold of the trap. The trap got triggered, and that's why I specifically asked him if that would then hurt the dwarf too, and therefore the dwarf, being a commoner, would be killed by such trap. So.
But
So
I
it has
could roll only
the spectral
once.
ham has improved evasion, by the way.
The spectral hand is not allowed to saving throw.
I didn't realize they had a Star Guardian Poro icon. My life is now incomplete
Ciao.
again.
I mean, if he's like a second or third level expert, he might survive.
You'll get over it.
Otherwise, he's dead.
well,
Yeah, none of that matters to Icicle Trap.
To icicle drop.
Yep, but because you don't get a saving throw.
Mm.
so Sarah just killed the dwarf.
But nobody knows that.
I'm pretty sure Antiano knows that.
I can figure that out in 4 seconds flat.
How so?
Because I can attack the auras of your spells.
Not if she fucked with the aura of her spell.
Yep.
She can't because the spell has the spell itself, when casting, releases magic I can detect.
So you can detect at a distance, is what you're saying.
Oh. But I can detect it when I get back.
Okay.
Even
So,
with,
so at the moment, with everything going on in the warehouse, you have no way to know what's happened to the dwarf. All right. So you're still talking to the kobold.
Even with the undetectable aura and the aura change.
Yep.
You didn't do
because
all
that
that,
applies
though.
to you, not your magic.
Guys, this is immaterial. Even if without some aura detect, it's going to be pretty obvious who would have had the ability
Yeah,
to
but I need a
timing.
minute to figure out. Because if I roleplay my character strictly now, Sarah is no longer a playable character. That's the problem. If I roleplay my character strictly, I'm gonna apprehend Sarah and try her for murder, which makes her no longer a playable character. Alternatively, if I fail, I am no longer a playable character.
Well, if we take her to jail and convince the jury to not convict her.
I'm just gonna let you guys resolve your own issues.
And I'll just scratch what I did.
Okay, guys. Bottom line is that Sarah did not murder anybody. Sarah was attempting to check something about the dwarf, and your trap, Anciano, set off and killed the dwarf, which actually would make you in a court of law liable for it if there were such thing as a court of law in this town.
That's not true.
But he put a note which specifically said that the dwarf was trapped.
And she knows the trap.
Wait, the dwarf that we were holding hostage?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't mind.
Yeah, you are not the problem.
No, the problem is Anciano set a trap around the dwarf, and Sarah accidentally triggered it with a spell. Looked she was trying to do something else, and the dwarf ended up dead as a result.
Out of curiosity, what was she trying to do?
She was trying to basically put a cyst on the dwarf.
Wait,
So
I
I can read its mind and all that.
I have a question. Sarah knows there's a trap and she can see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, shouldn't she be entitled to the spellcraft check to figure out that her hand would trigger the trap?
That's my spell check is plus
You need to
20.
beat a 17.
17
Yes.
for my spellcraft.
Yes. Which should be trivial.
And if you don't beat it, then there's no reneging what you did.
Yeah.
Yep.
But if she didn't actively try to murder him, it's actually a huge advantage.
Yeah, you can get off on manslaughter.
Yes, I can. No, because if he was killed by accident, I don't have a problem here.
15.
So Sarah just needs to roll a spellcraft check.
That was a 15. She rolled a 15.
She rolled a 15.
How?
Shane, I
bad are
forgot
you
the
at-
bonuses.
I mean, do you
What
have
bonus?
knowledge arcana? 5 ranks?
Wait, did you just roll without adding your modifier?
Yes.
How do you do that on your sheet?
Yeah.
She probably just typed in 1d20.
No, it's I forgot to update my sheet because in my Mythweaver it's updated, but in the DM thing it's not.
I wasn't.
Calling hacks.
Oh,
I mean, I know that her character is not the most competent at her job, but I'm pretty sure 9th level character should be able to casually identify a 2nd level spell.
Alright, well, let's try and progress this a little further here.
Oh no, the DC is 22.
Oh my god.
So dwarf that.
You didn't count your int mod.
No, the DC is 22 because the spell is already in place, not being cast.
Rip.
Sarah, how much of a bonus do you have on that?
It ain't that much.
Do you have
Nope.
6 or higher?
no.
Okay, then the dwarf has died accidentally by the trap that you accidentally triggered while you were trying to figure out what the trap was.
See? I'm used to Sarah's character being incompetent. I can deal
No,
with that.
here's the one thing that we forgot to do before doing all this. Because I believe Sarah did this when she entered in through the window, correct?
Mhm.
Making like
Then
roll
you need
climb checks?
we had to have a climb check first. Sarah did not have a climb check. Did not do a climb check
Possibly I
before
rolled
she
bad
said
on my
that.
climb check and it doesn't happen.
Correct.
Still
That's
ha-
the,
it's still
the one
ha-
potential
like,
saving grace.
What?
Can we just start rolling this openly? Unless it's
I was
like,
trying to,
very
but
absolutely
but
important.
Anciana was like, okay.
Yeah,
Sarah,
that's fair.
Sarah didn't make her climb check. Therefore, the dwarf is alive. Yeah,
No,
you shortened your
I mean,
cat.
at this point, I wouldn't care if she didn't actually try to murder him. Her character is perfectly playable because I can
I
deal with it.
but
I know she's-
Anciana, I told you that several times, and you still insisted that you would have to go after her.
No, my point was I assumed she was actively trying to murder him.
Oh. Trying to get information from his mind to see if he was telling you the truth or anything.
What if just our self-detect thoughts?
I like planting cysts, which you guys don't know of.
Okay, continuing on. Can we progress a little bit further now?
Yeah, okay, so I don't know what happened. I agreed with the kobold on something, and now I'm completely lost my place, so someone else do something.
The kobold said he would be fine with leaving because the dwarves were not going to be pursuing. So.
Well, all of a sudden, a flash mob appears out of nowhere and starts dancing.
It's a flash mob of kobolds! They're all dancing in sequence for some reason.
This is not X-17, this isn't that bad.
They're all doing Thriller.
And now this ultimate reality sequence has vanished again, never to be seen again. And the only person who saw it, Yuki, has no way of knowing if it was real or fake.
All I know is some good entertainment.
So shall we just skip ahead till the next morning, or do we still have more stuff to do tonight?
I don't have anything to do tonight until the dwarves show up and hopefully just immediately agree.
Okay, I'm just noting right now that anyone that tries to enter through any other way other than the front door will now have to roll a spot check for traps.
Okay. So the kobolds are currently in the warehouse. Yuki and Kujo are staying in the warehouse?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyone else staying in the warehouse, or are you going back to the room?
I'll stay in the warehouse.
I'm not staying in the warehouse anymore.
Okay.
I'm going to the tavern because I'm assuming that the negotiations will take place.
Yes, the inn. You already have your hostage. Now, are you going? So you guys are all sleeping for the night, getting recovered, except for poor Tipo, who has insomnia.
No, I get to roll another fortitude check now.
All right.
See if you don't fail it.
I'm probably gonna fail it.
Believe in yourself, young Tipo.
I always, but I get like a wait. I think I get like a +2 on it now, or something like that. I gotta read it.
Believe in yourself. Don't be like Cujo.
Oi,
You do damage.
I do damage too.
Fireball! Fireball!
I could do damage if I tried.
If I really wanted to.
What the fuck is my fort?
Anciano could do damage. He just chooses not to.
I'm like a +2 or
I
something.
Yay!
Nat
Tipo
20.
Tipo nat 20
Yeah.
this fortitude check.
Correction, I have 2 damaging spells.
Oh
I've
yeah,
got
I
a bunch
believe
of
you
damaging
did damage.
spells. There's just one that I use.
Anciano, I believe you
Magic
did damage
missile.
while Cujo was playing your character.
I don't think he did.
No, it was the dwarf that did damage.
Yeah, it
You
was
see, for the
short.
dwarf, I don't track it because it's not as hilariously low.
No, but I thought Anciano hit with his crossbow on the giant spider, the Yuan-Twin spider.
Oh, that's right. He did hit the giant spider.
Boy, I thought he was there for that.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yes, I was there for that.
Yeah, he was there for that.
All right. So, shall we move on to the
Then
next?
for the no, he didn't attack the trees. He was being
Yep.
passive.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's move on to the next morning then. I think I'm going to have to move my kobolds around a bit. Yeah, hold on. 1 second before anybody puts their pieces down.
Oh wait, are we fighting now?
No, I set up the map in case we were.
In which house is the inn? I'm assuming the
The big one.
middle
Don't put your pieces out yet. I need to do something real quick first.
Did I
There
prepare
we go.
minor image?
Yes, now you can put your pieces down.
Yeah, which of the? I'm assuming the building in
In
the
the
center is the inn.
Yeah, that's the inn.
Where's the warehouse?
The warehouse is over here. And the stables are up here with the horse. Now I basically
yeah.
dotted the map in case, because of the potential of kobolds and dwarves fighting each other, with various kobolds and dwarf figures already ready and set to go in case we needed them. But
I sent my horse out of the stable so she doesn't get hurt.
Wait, is that a hole?
Yes, that's the kobold then. That's where the kobolds live. The kobolds live down that hole.
Ah.
Okay, I'm back to figuring out if I have minor image prepared. I do not. But I have minor image, I don't have silent image. Okay. Large minor image over inn, which also makes noise. Let's say a rooster crying. Because it can't do intelligible speech, but it can do that. I mean, all the dwarves are. In the next morning. That's right. Citizens of Last Chance. The warehouse and inn have been occupied. Please send someone to the inn for negotiations.
Various dwarves and Goliaths and humans and half-elves come stumbling out of their homes and are now staring at the image. You hear discussions from these various peoples, mumbles, and somebody running off towards the north where a couple of what would be considered modest houses in other cities, but here in this little village they're quite large compared to the little hovels and everything that everybody else is living in. up to one of the houses. What else? What are the rest of you going to do?
I thought I was still in the pen with the kobolds, so I'm not there.
Well, you can hear what's going on outside.
It's like across the street.
What, the whole negotiations?
My image over the tavern.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't. Probably nothing still.
Alright.
Not really interested in this anymore.
Aww.
I don't get to burn anything down.
Well, you might get a chance soon enough. Yuki?
Huh?
What would you like to do?
Was it morning or still dark?
It's morning now, and Enciano has put out a huge image to get people to gather and is asking for representation to come to the inn to talk deal.
I'm gonna check on all the traps, see if any have been triggered, blah blah blah.
The traps seem fine for now. Let's see, Flames is Tipo is dozing. Tormenta.
Yo, what's going on?
What are your actions?
I just want some violence to start. I'll keep my mouth shut until something big happens.
All right. Cujo. Oh, sorry, Sarah. Sarah's next.
Oh, I sent you an NPM.
Okay.
She's
I see
going to
that.
be waiting with Anciano.
All right. Enciano, Sarah is now dressed in all white. She looks kind of clerical rather than her normal, whatever you want to consider her normal garb to be. Cujo.
Whoever floats a boat, I don't kink shame.
Cujo, what would you like to do?
Huh. I guess just stand at the tavern, watching what unfolds.
All right. After a few minutes, no one has shown up, but you can see that several dwarves and the Goliath have gathered up at one of the houses. They all seem very animated, discussing and looking upset. Well, actually, you can't really see the upset part from here, but they seem to be talking animatedly from that distance. They're like at this house up here. Layer, token layer.
Yeah, I know. I can't come right now.
It appears that whoever was supposed to negotiate is not there. Possibly it's the guy that you currently have tied up inside the inn.
At this point, I change my silent image. The inn owner is indisposed. Send someone else.
Oh, this appears to make more of the civilians gasp and murmur. You can hear anybody even inside the warehouse. You can hear the low rumble of murmurs from this. Let's see,
Wow. They killed a dwarf without me? What the heck?
Wait, we did?
No, I guess.
No, Tipo's just stupid.
Okay. Several more minutes come by, and one of the dwarves finally approaches. Why have you got our guy tied up in there? He yells.
What?
Why have you got our guy tied up in there?
How do you know that?
That's what the message said.
I thought he said it was indisposed.
I thought you said in this post.
No, I said indisposed.
Like dead,
Oh.
which is going to make them even
No,
more
not like
upset.
that.
No,
Like-
indisposed just means they can't do it.
Oh, because I thought I was hearing in this post, not indisposed. I'm sorry.
Nope.
Okay. So, where is our guy? Is what he'd be saying instead. Because if he's indisposed, that means that then you guys know it and they don't. That means that you would have something to do with it, is what the dwarf is figuring.
Sorry. So, I'm just waiting for them to send someone.
There's a guy that just came. That's the guy that's talking.
Sorry, I didn't hear you for a second. Okay, I open the door.
The dwarf steps forward. What? What happened to our guy? What have you done? Why are you doing
He's
this?
sitting upstairs. Don't worry about it. He will not be harmed. In fact, I will be releasing him to you
That's
as
like
soon as
a-
these negotiations are done.
That's a bluff. He's
No.
already harmed.
No, he's
As far as I know, there's a scratch on that guy.
Yeah, because Sarah failed her climb save. She wasn't able to climb up to the
Even
window.
if she didn't, I wouldn't know, because what reason do I have to go up there?
Oh, that's right. You spent the night in the warehouse, didn't you?
No, I wasn't in the inn, but I was waiting downstairs for morning
okay.
to come.
Anyway. So you come up to that guy. The guy comes over to you. He looks very cautious. Two more dwarves come up behind him. Hold on.
Yeah, those two allowed into.
Copy.
No more.
And the three dwarves now make their way inside the inn with the rest of you guys.
I go back to
The skeleton's upstairs.
I go back to the glass, to where I got my glasses yesterday, and pour out a couple more for those dwarfs so they have something to drink.
The dwarves looking a little bit disgusted at the wine, but decide not to press it, considering that you guys have the upper hand at the moment. They start drinking the wine.
The kobolds living here approached one of our number because of their mistreatment. They would like to leave, but they would need some resources from the warehouse. We are here to facilitate that.
You're stealing from us to give to the kobolds? One of them exclaims. The guy who you identified as the leader tries to shush him up before you start talking. Now you can talk, sorry.
I cast Detect Thoughts.
Which one are you casting it on?
I focus on the leader. I mean, it's on me.
Okay.
I focus on the leader and wait for a couple seconds, drinking my glass.
The leader appears to... Okay. I'll just roll it then. What's the DC?
Let me not lie about that. What's the remove my image? The DC is 23.
You would never... I didn't need a roll. But anyway.
Net 20 always succeeds.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway. The guy appears to be generally confused by what's going on here. He doesn't understand why the outsiders seem to be wanting to help the kobolds who, are slackers, considered to be slackers or pests at worst, and are just basically been working towards, getting themselves money. And I wonder why in the world these people have taken over everything in order to give the warehouse over to the kobolds. He's genuinely confused about this.
The kobolds approached us because they, according to their own, what they told us, they are being mistreated. They wanted to cause a violent uprising, killing all the non-kobolds, but instead I convinced them that negotiations are a more efficient way of accomplishing their goals.
They wanted to attack us after we've been given the space to live and food? Why? Jeez.
Because according to the kobolds, you're mistreating them.
The three are now mumbling against each other. Again, you're hearing the thoughts of the one that you identify as a leader, as confusion as to the kobolds should have been driven off at the first time that they arrived in town a long time ago. Blah blah blah. Basically, a lot of the same. These but the fact is though that none of the kobolds have been given any job beyond manual labor. So it's like basically how are they supposed to get anything anyway? That's what it boils down to.
My suggestion for a peaceful resolution of this is, as I can see that version the kobolds sold initially is wrong, the kobolds will equip themselves from the warehouse, taking no more than a quarter of what is in there to be rid of all the goods in there whose terms of keeping have expired, so they can equip themselves for an expedition to find somewhere to live, and they will not enter within 30 miles of this town for the next 100 years.
30 miles? That's way far away from to enforce that. Says one of the guard type people. The leader type looks over at that and just shakes his head. Are you gonna try to get them to go through the mountain?
Ideally, I would like him to do that, yes.
The leader relaxes slightly and says, is thinking to himself, this could actually take care of the kobold problem.
In addition, you are not allowed to follow these kobolds without their permission.
Well,
Ever.
none of us actually want to go over the mountain. It is not a good place.
So, would you agree to give them up to a quarter of what is in the warehouse of the terms whose terms are expired, so they can equip themselves?
The guy sighs heavily, but eventually says, "That'll get you all out of our hair, but you must never come back either. You're not welcome here in this town."
I look to Sarah to see if she's okay with that.
Well, my face is covered right now.
Yeah, but you should be able to see
if you're
Anna looking at you, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I looked at you like, what do you think of this?
She's just gonna put her finger to her lips.
Okay. I refocus my detect thoughts on her and point at my head, waiting for her to voluntarily fail her will save.
Sarah, up to you.
Will save?
Mm-hmm.
No, I have detect thoughts up. I'm looking at you, pointing at my forehead, and you can now voluntarily fail your will save, so you can talk to me telepathically.
Doesn't matter. You're gonna hear. Doesn't matter as long as the kobolds are free.
Okay? I pull back the detect thoughts. In that case, would you excuse me for a minute while I grab the innkeeper? I'm sure he's getting sawed. I apologize for the inconvenience. I go upstairs to the innkeeper.
He seems to have soiled himself somewhere in the night because he needed to use the bathroom and didn't have access to the facilities.
Prestidigitation, I clean him up. Yes, I just burned a 4th-level spell to cast Prestidigitation. I'm proud of myself.
Actually, wait, did we get enough
And
sleep to
then-
recharge our spells?
Also, while
You
Anciana
don't
went up,
need 8 hours of sleep to prepare a
Gris,
spell.
while Anciana went upstairs to do this.
Okay. What are you going
If
to
you're
do?
casting spells, I know about it.
No, I'm not casting spells. You cannot stop a goddess from entering anywhere.
The three dwarves are all looking at you, looking at Sarah with their jaws dropped. They appear to believe your statement wholeheartedly.
I don't know why dwarves are that stupid. But go team dwarves. I grab the innkeeper and bring him down. Unlock his chains.
You do not know Sarah's bluff check. Sarah,
It doesn't matter. You can't bluff physical impossibilities.
You know, this could just be my mortal form.
Anyway.
Except that would still be a lot more powerful than you are.
Yes.
They don't know that.
I was about to agree with Sarah on that notion that these dwarves do not necessarily know that there does not appear to be a temple in this little village. Therefore, they might be pretty clueless as to how that works. Just like they might believe that she's a deity the same way that people in the Americas believed that some of the foreign invaders were deities.
I mean, they at least had sticks that went boom.
Yeah. Well, Sarah has
She
things
doesn't have that much.
Sarah actually has some great things that the dwarves don't. So.
I mean, all she has, according to her picture, is a pair of big stonking titties.
No, but they don't even see that because he's all dressed in white at the moment. That's why I mentioned how she was dressed.
I mean, anyway,
I dressed
give
up
the
like
leader
a
back.
cleric/goddess.
Anyway.
Give the leader back.
The leader has been returned to them. He's looking disheveled still, despite the resuscitation, and kind of sits down with the others.
If you could send the warehouse keeper to me so he can oversee the kobolds taking stuff from the warehouse.
That would be me, the guy that you're referring to as the leader says.
Okay. Then please come with me, and I motion for anyone who wants to come with me to come with me.
Alright. So
There's
the group of now 4 dwarves troops its way over to the warehouse.
I mean, I'm assuming the leader guy just wants to go home.
The leader's stumbling after you, actually. The leader seems to want to see this through and make sure you guys are leaving. It's probably the what I'm betting.
Okay. So can we get an inventory of what's in the warehouse and is expired?
Just basically, as I said before, it's just general extraneous average expedition supplies. Things that basically any level 1 would take with them and to fill up the rest of their inventory slots, but might be considered a bit heavy if they didn't have a horse anymore to help them transport it.
Okay, we take a quarter of general expedition supplies and equip the kobolds. Everyone okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. We organize an expedition of the kobolds to leave town.
Yay! And you appear to have gotten away with this peacefully, unlike, which is probably much to the sadness of Tormenta and Tifa, but we can't all be happy with this.
Yes, because I would have had a massive playability problem for both characters if they just genocided an entire village for fun.
So?
Not everyone is evil.
Next village, we're doing it for sure.
Did I mention to you guys that I've been working on diagrams of possibilities between sessions, basically taking the concepts that you guys left me that we left off with and going, okay, here's what's going to happen if this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. It's going to basically happen on something that I did not think of.
You mean the obvious rebellion strategy?
No, see, I thought you would either try to stop it completely, or that you would, only convince half the party to stop it completely, or you would join in and just kind of sit on the sidelines.
Running in wasn't an option, and I didn't want to negate the party's choice to side with the kobolds, so this was the best compromise I could come up with.
Yep.
That didn't involve killing a bunch of babies.
Alright.
Because I'm not a big fan of the whole killing babies part.
Who is?
Sarah. Because then she can make baby zombies.
Okay. I've already been handing out the bonus EXP to various people in the party for a while. That's just what the remaining group EXP for each. Ugh. And I think a few minutes break before we get into an actual battle that I have planned out for after this.
Okay.
I have
Grab something to eat.
And we could have had more XP. Curse you, Anciano.
I mean,
You and your
if it
meddling
were up
kid.
to me, I would actually argue that everyone should get the XP that I got because, as a group, we dealt with the situation.
Well, you were the orchestrator of the situation. Other members of the group got bonus XP for various other chores. That's technically your bonus XP plus the standard EXP that I was giving out to everyone based on the fact that you managed to talk everybody down on everything else. And I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom. So 5-minute break, guys?
Yep.
All right.
Yep, be right back.
Don't worry, Tipo. You get to fireball something later.
Okay.
Yeah, so I made the dwarves restriction don't work against me. So they just don't want you guys coming back.
I mean, technically, by the time we can come back, I can probably just teleport. Because next level I can teleport.
Congratulations. Damn.
This tea good as shit. I'll be right back.
I could say you're being like somebody, but then you would take it as an insult.
I am back.
Welcome back. I just noticed something. You guys.
What?
Anciano, are you here? Oh, good. He's not. The glasses are still poisoned.
Yep, the beer glasses in the village are still poisoned. It's a good thing your characters aren't coming back there.
What?
There's still poisoned glasses in the village.
I mute myself while I eat. Just write something in row 20 when we start again.
Okay.
It'll do. I just need to fix up the encounter map for the next stage. I just realized that, well, I'd happily created the dwarf village and, you know, set things up in case there was an attack between the dwarves and the kobolds. I completely forgot about the next stage of the adventure, and forgot to put up the encounter map for the next part. Kill me. I figured this part should take us up through either arriving at the caves at the end of this session, possibly going in if we feel like it, or stopping either just as we get to the caves or just before we get to the caves. But I wanted to make sure we have a nice encounter before that.
Sounds reasonable.
Of course, there's always a chance he'll just kill the encounter in 5 minutes and we'll be done. But
Oh wait, we went to sleep, right?
What?
This is the morning, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm preparing spells.
So, Christmas music, yay or nay?
What?
Christmas music, yay or nay?
Yay.
Yay.
Depends on the Christmas music.
Any of you guys play Payday 2?
Used to until they just kept adding more and more crap that made no sense.
Have any of you heard the Payday 2 Christmas album?
No.
Nope.
I submit to you that it's one of the funniest Christmas albums ever done.
Has anybody seen the Friday the 13th game play?
I played that when I was a little kid. The
No,
NES
it's-
one.
Are you talking about
the
the
new
new one?
The new one.
Oh, there's a new one? Yeah, well,
Mm-hmm.
I just remember the one from when I was a little kid. This old NES game.
I find it hilarious, one of the deaths where the girl just gets her face smashed into the wall constantly.
What makes it humorous?
Because the sound effects.
Probably
Her
looks
face
like
goes,
somebody she hates.
"Ah!" And then she still screams for a little bit, and then it goes silent while he's still smashing her face.
Smash! Smash!
She's already dead. You could stop smashing.
But Jason is mentally handicapped.
Tyson's technically dead himself. He wouldn't care.
What?
Nothing.
Jason's dead himself.
It's kind of it's a...
Okay, it depends on which movie.
Yeah, because the movies really don't fit together in terms of a pattern. It's like the first movie, and then any movie after that is kind of a sequel to the first movie without meaning to be. But I mean, the first movie wasn't at all supernatural. But all the preceding movies are have supernatural bend on them.
Well, I mean, that little bit at the end could have been supernatural, or it could have just been a hallucination.
I've always interpreted it as a hallucination that they decided to run away with, and decided, oh, what if this really was more than just a hallucination? And what if there really is a Jason? And they started making all those horror movies because of it. But yeah, I always liked the original just because it's a realistic slasher film. That doesn't mean to say I don't like other Jason movies. I mean, for example, I love the Friday the 13th movies, no matter how bad they can be, even though they are very supernatural. And then, of course, there's Freddy vs. Jason. Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I meant to say Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Why did I say? I said Friday the 13th movies, didn't I? Sorry, my brain does that. It'll swap two different things of a similar object. So it said Friday the 13th, but I meant to say Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, there's gameplay. I posted in the chat.
Sweet.
And they have the creepy music for it too. So you could play as the survivor or the killer.
Ooh. You can play as the killer? No, that sounds like fun.
So is it gonna be like Dead by Daylight?
A little bit more impactful than Dead by Daylight because there's gonna be more survivors. Jason can teleport too.
Yeah, I never got that. How does he teleport? Literally nothing has ever explained that.
He walks into the mist.
When does it make sense?
I don't know.
He's slow as shit.
In this one, he could run for a little bit.
Name one movie he ran in.
All the Jason movies.
He didn't run in any of them.
But his walking is super fast. He could literally, while the survivors are walking or running, he could catch up to them by walking.
No, his walking is not that fast. He just teleports. Which was never explained. I mean, they didn't attribute it to supernatural power or anything. They were just like, yeah, he can teleport, guys. That's why you should be afraid of this slow, lumbering guy. Because he can teleport. I mean, if he couldn't teleport, he would literally not be a threat at all.
Then you can say that about Michael Myers, too.
But Michael Myers can run. He's a normal human.
When has he ran?
He's a normal human in the first movie. I'm not sure about the sequels.
He's a normal human with a curse.
When has?
But he's not normal. He's not like Leatherface. Leatherface is a normal human with a skin disease.
But Cujo.
Normal human with the body of an ape and the mind of an ape.
When has he ran, Cujo? Michael Myers.
I think Anciano has gotten tired of our discussion because he's muted us.
Honestly, I don't. Honestly. No, he said he was eating and he was just going to do that, so we had to put in chat when everything was going to happen again.
Okay.
Anyway, I haven't really watched any of the Friday the 13th movies. No, not Friday the 13th. Michael Myers movies, whatever those are called. Halloween.
Watch at least Halloween. Come on, you have to watch at least Halloween.
This is Halloween. Wait, no, not that one.
You know, the
it's a
Chainsaw
classic
Massacre
Jamie
runs,
Lee.
that's for sure.
It's a classic Jamie Lee Curtis movie.
The Chainsaw Massacre runs.
Yes, I've only seen the remake.
All I heard was I got the runs.
But see, the problem is Chainsaw Massacre is based on a real account of something that actually happened.
Granted, it's combining like 3 different serial killers, but yeah, it is based on real stuff.
My parents were assholes when we were going to Texas one day, and it was getting dark, so they decided to take the detour out near the house where it happened.
Ouch.
And then later on in our trip, we found like limbs and all that in the road of a deer.
That's sexy.
Ouch. Did you say that's sexy?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh yeah, Flames.
What's up, baby?
Would Jason from the Friday the 13th movies, would he be any threat if he couldn't teleport? Because he walks slow as shit.
He is really slow. I've never seen him run. Ever.
Ah,
Yeah.
fucking Lyra.
So if he couldn't teleport, he'd be basically useless. Because you just
Okay.
keep running away.
You just vaulted up from the floor over my arm and are now claiming my keyboard. Okay.
But you would have to be permanently on the run.
And
I don't know if
eventually
I'd
you'd
like
tire
that.
out and he wouldn't.
I mean,
You could just drive a car. But then he could drive a car.
No, he doesn't drive.
Doesn't
Michael
drive
Myers
cars.
does.
But he appears in front of he'll appear in front of a car and you know, do stuff to you. So okay, we're having a horror movie discussion when we're supposed to be playing D&D.
You know what? Has Jason ever climbed anything?
I believe so.
If we don't get back to Cedric, I'm just gonna leave.
Don't
Everyone-
you force your opinions and rush me.
So are you guys?
I'm sorry.
Are you guys? Sorry, what did you say?
I was about to say, I'm sorry. I gotta go to work at freaking 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
Go to sleep, whore.
Hey!
That was
Wow.
jokingly.
Okay. My cat's currently on my keyboard. I was trying to type in a token name. Unfortunately, the cat is not relinquishing my keyboard. Anyway, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, somebody message Auntiana.
Yeah, I can't.
Actually,
The
is
cat
that
again.
here?
The cat is on the keyboard.
I'm glad someone knew I was joking.
Okay, she just saved a screenshot. She opened a new page.
Back.
Okay, wait.
It's really cute, Lyra, but you can't do that.
Wait, is Ed there?
Where's Tipo? On this map.
He's hiding.
He's wherever people throw fireballs.
Yes. Wait, am I supposed to put my character on this map?
No, you
I
don't
don't
have to.
think we need
we're,
this
we're,
map
'cause
anymore.
we're about to leave this map for something else.
Okay, cool.
I just want to make sure everybody was ready.
Do you realize that?
First, I have to get my cat off my keyboard. Sorry, Lyra. Let the keyboard go. Come on. No, you can't have the keyboard. Off. There you go. Yeah. This is why I keep my keyboard up on a shelf where she's not going to be laying on it most of the time, but she surprised me by jumping over the keyboard. Jumping over my arm and landing on the keyboard all of a sudden.
You know you're a gamer when the letter S on your keyboard is not even readable anymore. It's been completely rubbed off.
This keyboard is not in good condition.
My keyboard is in good condition again after I spent a good chunk of the day washing it.
I have Q,
Washing
W,
your
and
keyboard?
E nearly gone off on my keyboard.
My keyboard's
Yeah,
still
the W is okay, but the S is pretty fucked.
You see, if you would stop running away from everything like a fucking coward, your S key wouldn't be broken.
That's actually what I was just thinking. I was thinking, why is your S key broken but your W key isn't? I mean, come on, you have to be moving backwards if you're doing that.
Do you know how hard it is to DPS, like, as a cat?
What?
Literally.
What?
Yes. I'm a feral
cat
druid. Like,
Damn it.
you know how hard that is. Like, if I keep going forward, I'm gonna run through him. So I have to turn around, or I have to back up, or I have to do like my middle finger literally rests on the S key, and when it's not moving forward on the W, then it's sitting on the S key, which is why it's rubbed off. Like, literally, my finger sits there the entire time.
Oh my god, how do you play like that?
What, with my middle finger on the S key and my pinky on the shift key?
Yeah, but how do you access other hotkey buttons?
Okay, I
Oh,
can't
see,
find...
now if I'm using my abilities, my middle finger goes to 2, and I do 1, 2, 3, but then it goes back down to S. Like, my middle finger's the guide.
It's hard to do that with your ring finger.
Do what with your ring finger?
Go to 1.
Well, putting your middle finger on 2 and using your ring finger to hit 1? That's hard? That's not hard.
That's uncomfortable.
I know.
Well, how do you activate 1?
With my middle finger?
Use the force, Luke.
No, you don't
Or
understand. When
with
you're
my
trying to
ring finger, because
when you're trying
at
to
that
do
point my-
combos, when you're trying to do combos, I've got 1 is shred, 2 is rake, and 3 is moonfire. Those are my 3 standard abilities that I have to constantly use. And then my what is this finger called? My pointing finger.
Index?
Thank
Index.
you. That has to jump to 5 to freaking use a finishing move, and also 6 to use the other finishing
Have
move,
you
which is
ever
very
heard-
uncomfortable.
Of reassigning keys.
Yes, I have.
Oh,
I have them on
thank you.
F1, F2, Shift 1, like all these other things. There's so many abilities. You'll understand.
No, I
It's
mean
hard.
QERT.
Why would I do
It
that?
doesn't look like that, but I think then.
Because they're way more comfortable to reach while your pinky finger is on a Q. Then you can use your ring
Okay.
finger to go to Q really easily.
I can't get to the token that I actually want, so I'm going to use the closest closest creature picture I can find to it.
Chris, that's the wrong token for Sarah and Tipo again.
That's how I play League too, Sarah.
I didn't
QWE,
do anything over
ring
this
finger,
one,
middle
actually.
finger, index finger.
I hate how you play League.
Wait, what? Wait, what'd you just say?
I play League like
So
that.
as soon as
QW and E.
everybody's token is on the board, I will be able to start.
Why in God's name would you do that?
How
Because
else
he's a
are you
monster.
supposed to play League? It's QWER. Literally.
Yeah, pinky
Four
on the
fingers.
Q.
No!
The pinky on the Q, the ring finger on the W, the middle finger on the E, and index on the R.
No.
Yeah, that's
no.
correct.
That's like
No.
the easiest way to play the game.
No. Your pinky finger goes on tab so you can keep looking at the scoreboard.
Okay, I'm still missing.
No, you
from
want
mid-
it on tab. You don't need to see the scoreboard.
Okay.
How do you play like that?
Still missing Tormenta.
How do you play like that?
No, I understand. See, the pinky finger on the tab for the scoreboard explained everything to me. He isn't actually using his abilities. He's just constantly checking the scoreboard. His right hand isn't even on the mouse. It's on enter, so he can then immediately start flaming.
It's not true!
Like, you're
No.
totally the most toxic person we know.
I know, right?
I
Hey,
don't know.
make my
I
rat
haven't
go
played it in a
underneath
while.
me.
Why do you
1
keep
second.
pulling your pointless rat?
That rat is important, and it's the only reason I played this game. Tippleton is life.
No, that's Shrek.
See, it's like, Anciano, it's like you asking why I pull my skeleton out.
No, your skeleton has combat value.
My rat has combat value. You just wait till he delivers this deadly-ass touch attack.
Yeah, see, my point is, why don't you pull your rat in when you actually want your
Tormenta!
rat to do something?
We're just missing Tormenta.
Ed,
Right tracker. Ed? Guy with
can't pull
hangover.
Maybe he's taking a large dump.
Ed,
Okay, shall we
not
assume
this
he's...
guy.
Who gets to have control of him throwing magic missiles when he's not physically at his keyboard?
I mean, we can also
Give it
just
to
wait
the other
5
mage
minutes.
that does magic missile.
Don't do that to
okay.
me.
It will give... Oh, say yes.
We all assume with babies crying, it's him.
That baby is like Ed's just practicing. That baby was actually a dwarf. Like he was pretending the baby was a dwarf.
What if Ed is really a baby that just transforms into an adult sometimes?
What if you're really a baby that never becomes an adult?
You figured it out, boy.
Oh, there you go.
Unfortunately, it
There you
only works once, and it takes a progression of about 18 years.
go. Okay. Anyway, your characters are now, sorry. It is the middle of the day, and you guys are heading up the mountain. You've set
With
the
an expedition of kobolds.
Yes. Shren has chosen to take the kobolds on up ahead while you guys finished negotiations with the town. She said she'll make base camp up near the cave entrance. And we basically have a map now to get up there. And you guys are now about an hour behind her.
Okay, go team.
The kobolds are
Go
now
team,
taking
go.
the kobolds are now taking the gear that the horses would have been carrying, since the horses can't make it up these rough trails.
My horse can.
Well, your horse can. Your horse still exists. It's still there, but everybody else's
My
horse has
isn't
been left
carrying
behind.
anything, but my horse can.
I have a phantom steed, thank you. I will not be walking up this mountain.
Okay.
I have an undead that could carry me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I have 2 legs that aren't broken.
I had a comment for your
Yeah.
undead, but I'm gonna leave that alone.
Tujo, knowing what
Oh
you
yeah,
do
I'm gonna
on a
change out of my
fast
class.
pace, your legs are rapidly steering towards getting broken multiple times by large burly men.
Apparently, Enciano has a
Alright.
male leg fetish.
As you guys start are heading up the path, roll a listen check.
Wisdom?
Okay.
Listen.
Listen.
No, I won't.
Listen, check. Where the fuck is... I hate this. I
Sorry.
hate this.
Except my first one.
Is it just
There it
listen
is.
or is it spot tip?
Hell yes! I'm the
Tipo.
best.
Alright. Tipo, a shrill noise is reaching your eardrums. It's practically vibrating at such a rate that your ears are picking up, and Yuki, your ears are also picking them up. It's vibration at pretty much at the back of your ears. It's
That's with the
really
14, right?
Yuki with a 19?
Nah, first one's the 14.
Oh, darn it. Never mind then. It was just Tipo then. Sorry, with all of the Enciano's things, I missed your first one. So Tipo, basically, your eardrum feels like it's vibrating. It is tickling. It is making that. You know how that vibration feels when you hear certain sounds.
Like the high pitched noise thing.
Yeah, it's basically making your ear vibrate inside while everybody else is oblivious to the sound.
I'm gonna be like, what is that god awful noise? It's in my head. Like my ears. It's bothering my ears.
That's called your thoughts.
No, stupid. There's something messing with my ears or something. I hear something weird.
Get my
You
spot
guys
check.
don't hear
again,
that?
Your spot checks do not notice anything.
Nope.
T-Bow's gonna cast Detect Magic.
Pretty much the only thing that's glowing magic are the things around you. This mountain has sparse vegetation. There seems to be a lot of dead spots, and pretty much the path that you're walking on is the only thing that's really green. But everything else around it seems to be pretty desolate.
Okay, I take Sailor
Here,
up
I'm not
on
making this
a
up.
exploratory flight over
Hi,
this,
Jen.
like 200 feet up.
All right, roll spot checks.
0.
You see nothing.
So I
roll-
my horse has a spot check too.
Okay.
As soon as I find it.
Believe in
Uh,
the horse.
It's Enciano. Oh wait, you haven't rolled the spot check.
Horse is a 17.
Tell me how your horse would react to something that looks like it would eat it.
My horse is under your control. It is in 6 and it can communicate telepathically.
All right, got it.
It's an intelligent creature.
I would imagine it'd say something along the lines of, "Oh fuck."
What is its telepathy range again?
Wasn't it like 50 feet? 60?
You're already 200. You're already 200 feet up, so that means you're away from the hearing of that.
No, telepathy. It's either 100 feet or a mile. I can't remember. That's why I'm looking it up.
It's feet. I remember that it's feet because you had to look it up last time outside that room. Like, you had to make sure that in that room you were still close enough to talk telepathically to the horse.
Oh yeah, it's 60 feet. Okay, I ask back telepathically where.
Okay. The horse points itself towards let's see, where is it? This direction over here, pointing out what it's seeing, coming towards
You are
the.
not pointing anywhere.
Sorry. This direction.
Do I see something?
With your spot check, no. The horse can see it, but your eyes are not good enough to see it.
Okay,
It's coming.
what do you see?
Let's see.
There's
Like-
a tell that said that I'm
and
motioning
while-
for the
while
horse to
he's
go
saying
back
that-
to the group.
While he's saying that, is there a knowledge check for me to know like what I'm hearing or something?
Nature?
Or Arcana? Like Arcana is the only one I have.
It's obviously architecture and engineering.
Architecting, engineering? Okay. I rolled it. Engineering. What am I hearing?
That was a joke.
You're not hearing anything that's mechanical.
Damn it.
Okay.
Okay. Is it magical that I'm hearing?
No.
I'm just
Getting
trying
to
to
the
make
group.
sure.
Alan, Sailor spotted something large and green moving towards us.
I told you I'm hearing something funny. It sounds really weird. I can't
Oh,
believe
wait
you
a
guys don't
sec.
hear that.
Hold off. I just noticed something. Sorry, Tipo. You said knowledge Arcana. Actually, this would qualify as Arcana. Hold on.
I mean, I already guessed what it is because it was large, green, and flying.
Is it a jackal?
Hold on.
No, it's your grandma.
Grandma?
Yeah, she's gonna scold you.
Sorry about that, Tipo. It is actually magical. I was just looking at the last word on the line instead of the middle one, which says magical. It's like, oh yeah, that means Arcana would show it up.
What's the Yurthak? I have no
What?
idea what a Yurthak is.
Is
Is that how you say
saying
it?
that I can roll knowledge arcana too, right?
Yes.
Like, well then I'll just say out loud. Sounds like a Yurthak. I don't really remember much about it.
33.
Okay.
What are your sacks?
Yurthak, a strange predator from desolate wastelands, which apparently these mountain range happens to be one of them. As you can see, there's different parts of the mountain which are very bad off, and clearly where it's coming from is probably even worse off. And it terrorizes the area it inhabits and is as hungry as dragons. It's blind, though. It's completely reliant on the sense of sound and movement. And it happens to navigate by emitting rarely focused beams of noise, which is probably what Tipo heard. It is yellowish-green with large wings and lots of teeth. They are omnivores, but they prefer meat and live in high isolated mountain layers. They can also search for food for days. They are good at swooping 100 feet or more, or at least, a maximum of 100 feet. They're about 20 feet long with a 50-foot wingspan. They're also reported to be smart, although no one's ever heard one talk.
I might make this into a zombie.
But does it have a true anatomy?
Yes.
See, my initial idea was cast major image over us to protect us from that thing so it flies by.
But now you can't do that.
That doesn't work because that thing doesn't use sight.
Okay. So it navigates by sound, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'll cast deafness on it.
It's too far away to affect it. Hold on.
Yeah, that's why I have to wait. I have to wait for it to get close there.
Isn't deafness like close range?
Yeah, it's pretty close range, so that's why I have to wait.
It has a thing called flyby for its attack.
Mm-hmm.
Not that we know
It's
that.
down 100 feet. But it's something that Enciano and Tipo would know, unless they
Yeah.
want to share it with the party. Well, Tipo might, is only paying part low attention in his class, so maybe he doesn't know that bit. But Enciano would know that because he's the one that read millions of books and has memorized them.
I mean, what else are you gonna do as a wizard?
Put him in a tower and give him books. Then he is supposed to answer questions that anybody has for him.
You be a
I'm
school
not sure
teacher.
deafness would work.
Why not?
It's only 7 o'clock on the East Coast.
Mhm.
So weird. So dark. It's been so dark for so long.
Mhm.
It's cold
Unfortunately, I
winter.
couldn't get a hand of a proper token for this.
I would have just picked a green dragon token.
Nah, it's not really a dragon. So
Yeah, but it looks closer to a dragon.
actually, I think it looks closer to a pterodactyl, but maybe I'm biased.
Before it gets that close.
I think we should get another tanky creature to match its size.
I'm actually playing this in deafness as a medium.
I hate when I have to access the spell section. It's so long. Okay. I'm assuming we're rolling initiative.
Yep. If you guys are ready, we're rolling initiative.
I have no idea what just
That
happened, but
thing
okay.
reaches within 180 feet of me.
I'm still not connected to my character, am I?
Wait, I thought you were. Hold on. Hold on. Let me fix this.
Shit,
it says-
I rolled
Oh no, I am
good.
connected. I just rolled my initiative. It came out as 9. That's good.
Yay!
Add 5 to my roll, please.
I
Because
rolled
no
really
sticker.
good.
Sarah, you managed to roll .01 underneath me. Wow.
My skeleton.
What'd you say, Anciana?
Minus 5 higher than what is listed, which I'm editing now.
It doesn't have crippling depression.
16.12.
Okay.
I rolled well.
Yay!
I rolled a 9.
I rolled
Okay,
a 4.
Tipo.
Stop
You still go
complaining.
before your dad.
Okay.
23. The year they rolled a 23.
By the way, Chris,
Yep.
I would like to cast my first spell when that thing is 180 feet out.
Okay.
Just so you know, so probably before the thing manages to go
Okay.
to any.
Yuki gets
thing
the
on
first.
this
Gets
side.
the first turn.
So that thing isn't there yet.
That thing is also very high up in the air at the moment.
What's that thing called?
It's a Urthak.
You suck, or something like that.
Yeah, it's probably about 200 feet in the air, and it's about, what is it, 50, 60, 75 feet away?
Now, if only I had my warlock, I would be able to hit it.
Yeah, fucking blind sight up to 120 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna hold my turn until it's gonna come closer. I'm not very proficient with the bow, apparently.
Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can get a marker on here that can actually show how many feet it is up. I think I can only do this
Take
in
a
whole
dot
numbers.
and add a number in tens of feet.
Oops. Ah.
Here, Joe. Now's your
200
chance.
200
Pack it.
feet is divided by 5. That'd be still too many feet. How many blocks?
It's 200 feet up.
Yeah, it's 200 feet up.
Then it probably won't attack us.
Let it get closer.
Because blindsight's only 120 feet.
Why did I hear it?
Because it's beaming sound waves down towards you guys.
Oh, okay.
It's basically located
I mean,
you
if
via.
it's 200 feet up, it literally can't see us, so we're safe.
Oh,
It
yeah.
can't see at all. It's blind.
No, but it has
Yes.
blind sight.
Sound waves only go for 120 feet, and then it can't sense anything after that.
Wait,
Wait, what is
it
it?
has blind sight?
Yeah, it has
Yes.
blind
Oh,
sight.
120. I assumed that the Sonic
Oh.
was further. Okay, then it's 100 feet up, not 200. It's only 100 feet up.
Which means it's in plain view of everyone.
Yeah.
Oh, cool, so it's in range. It's 116 feet away from me.
Wait, did you just levitate into the air or something?
No, but it's 60 feet. It's 60 feet away from the group, 100 feet up. Basic Pythagoras says 116 feet.
Okay, I got you, friend.
So Yuki holds her turn, so it's Dagos' turn who will also hold his turn, I assume.
Dagos is
It's
also holding.
gonna be. If it gets close, it's gonna ready to attack.
I mean, technically I should have gotten a turn 70 feet off that thing ago.
But you still have to do initiative, therefore.
No, but I would like to initiate combat when the thing is 180 feet away from me.
Oh well, shit happens.
That's what I specifically said.
Except I noticed that it wouldn't be able to notice you until 120, and therefore.
Yeah, that's not my problem. That's
See, I
its
thought it could
problem.
notice at 200 based on the sound, but then you mentioned blind sight, which means 120, which means
No,
100.
but that it can't notice us. It's not my problem. It's its problem which I wanted to abuse.
Anyway. It's streaking right towards you. It can move half far in a turn. So I think it was like 60 feet. So
By the way, just to get the Iceland sailor away because she won't be able to help you.
okay, so it can move.
It can exactly reach Dagos.
Yeah, but it'd still be 100 feet up.
Yeah,
But
I
it
did
can
the
stoop at 100.
116 feet from Dagos.
Oh, but yes, but that's right. But then it can also. Let's see, where do we go? 100 feet or more over the ground. Okay, that's how it works. So it is moving downwards. It is at about 80 feet up now.
So it's not double moving?
No, that's why I was calculating it from there and then recalculating from here.
As I said, it's 116 feet from Dagos.
It's still 60 feet up in that. Yeah, it's still too far away for it to hit with the sonic attack. So yeah, it's still going to move down this way. Second tier, another 60, which drops it another 20 feet, and moving that. Wait. That was 20 feet from there. That's moving down another 40 feet. So that'd make it at 20 feet up? Did I calculate that right, or am I still off by something?
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to get it close, I'm trying to get it within about 60 feet of everybody total, in terms of height and distance.
You mean so you can make a 60-foot line with your weird
Yes.
breath attack?
Yep.
Because to make a 60-foot line that hits everyone,
Well, it doesn't hit everyone. I'm just trying to get to strike at the group that's bunched together.
I mean, its sonic lance is actually only a ray that hits a single target,
Oh, okay.
but it has explosion,
Which does area damage around where the person hit.
but it needs a large rock or stone wall.
Ah.
to
Oh, that's what
focus
I was supposed to put down rocks, but then again, any of this area up here would count as rock because this is all
at
rock
the
based.
ground.
No,
True,
it says
but it
needs-
specifies rock walls, therefore only the desolated
No, at
areas.
the ground, a large rock or stone wall.
Ah,
It
which
can
means it
find
can.
at the ground.
Which means the only spot it can hit is the spot right around Dagoth, because that's the only spot that has the ground right there. So actually, it would stop about here. Well, not really stop, but it would get to there and get ready to use its breath attack.
I mean, it needed to double move anyway. I mean, actually, it can hit its explosion on Dagos
Yeah.
with a single move action because it's 116 feet away. Three-dimensionally, it moves 60 feet
Wait.
and then shoots.
No, it's still given how far it was up. I don't think I would still quite fit that until next turn.
I did the math.
Okay, fine. I'll trust you on the math and cause an explosion right there.
What
in
is
front
it
of-
using? A sonic lance or is it using explosion? Hello?
Hold on, I'm reading. Okay, the sonic lance and the explosion are actually two different things. It's just that the explosion.
It's the same ability. It can just use the sonic lance in a
Okay.
different way.
What I'm saying is, the sonic lance does not actually need a anything around it, which basically
but the explosion deals
does.
AoE damage.
Yes. So yeah, the Earthlink does fire its sonic blast directly at the ground, at the rocky ground right here in front of Daga.
It hits three people. I mean, if you hit it in the Dagos square, it hits everyone.
No, because you want to delay your turn. Therefore, it can't hit the square that Dagoth is actually in because there's no rock underneath there. There's just grass.
It's specifically said it can just hit the ground.
It says rock or rock wall. I'm taking that literally as if soil with trees and
Sonic
plants
lance
on
at
it.
the ground, comma a large rock, comma a stone wall, so it can hit the ground.
Okay, good.
So
Yeah,
you
if that's
would
the
hit
place it can
everyone.
land right. It can land right at Dagoth. Okay.
Well,
No,
one
it will
hit
take
me.
2d6 damage, except for Kujo.
2d6.
Because Kujo was smart.
Wait, what?
What is that for?
What's
That
what
attack.
for?
The attack.
9
Yeah, we all
damage,
take 9 damage.
except for Kuja.
No, I'm confused. You did an attack roll on Dagoth?
No,
The Earthquake exploded the ground underneath Dagoth with its sonic lance.
she just made the attack roll for like no reason.
Her attack doesn't actually require an attack roll.
Yeah.
We all take 9 damage, no save. I mean, actually, Dagos gets his piercing DR, so go him.
Thankfully for you
We
guys,
all
it's
take that?
yes.
Yeah. 9
It's
piercing damage.
It's only once every 2 rounds, so that means it has to recharge it.
It can use that or Sonic Lance every 2 rounds.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else it's doing?
Nope, it moved and attacked. That's all it could do. Which means it's now Yuki's
Okay.
turn.
It's 60 feet away from us.
I'm gonna go ahead and initiate, and then go
Yeah.
ahead.
It's
It's
still,
still in the air.
it's still in the air. It's 60 feet away, so... What's the...
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and teleport right there.
And? Is it your
Then,
turn?
yeah, I'll just pull out my bow for now, and then end that.
Okay, what is Dargos doing?
It's just going to go, if it gets closer, it's going to attack it. That's the end of Dagos' turn. There's
Tipo!
a 5-foot step.
Alright.
Going to cast for my circlet for a free action.
Tipo's turn, not Dagos' turn.
Tipo is on 9.
Yeah,
Oh!
it's their turn.
It was
Yeah.
Dargos'
Oh.
turn and then Helen.
Yeah.
Sorry, for some reason Tipo was still there at 19.
Oh, because he was on a previous map and you didn't delete him out.
Sorry, I thought I had. Okay, Sarah.
She 5-foot stepped and she activated the circlet.
Okay, anything else?
I'm doing my spell.
What are you casting?
Okay. Burning Blood.
Is that
It
a
has
range?
100 feet plus 10 feet per level.
Okay.
So 180 feet. Okay, do a fortitude save for partial.
It doesn't get it. The fortitude save happens on its turn.
Okay.
Alright, I'll have to remember that then.
And then
Just put like the blood icon on it.
for her standard, she's gonna do, she's gonna summon undead zombie wyvern.
Okay.
Nice.
We summon it. No.
So Kujo's turn?
Yeah.
What is Kujo gonna do?
Kujo, throw your dagger at it.
How big is the wyvern?
The wyvern is large.
I'm just gonna use
I'm
that
not
as a
there
wyvern
yet.
because I don't currently have access to my keyboard.
Kujo?
Okay, I'm gonna cast blindness on slash deafness on it to deafen it.
Isn't that close range?
No, it's medium.
What's the distance
So
on that?
make a fort save.
What's the distance on that?
Like 150.
180 feet or 150
Then we're
for
fine.
him.
I just want to make sure.
That was better than I remembered.
30.
I believe that beats.
Shit. Well, that was my only use of that today. And I'm sad now.
My turn? Or do you want to move?
Yo, I'm gonna move. I don't want to stay next to you, Shrubs.
I'm assuming Templeton isn't where he is because then he would be separate targeted with damage.
Anciano.
Okay,
What's
step
this
1.
squiggle over here?
That's where the zombie wyvern's gonna appear.
Okay, that's what you want. Alright, I thought you pointed at something else. Can you get rid of it, please?
Circlet of rapid casting, 2 charges to cast Unlock, which I believe has range. Let me make sure that I'm not cheating. Damn it. Doesn't have range.
Oh, you're cheating.
Wait, but I can be smart about this.
Dun, dun,
Okay.
dun.
Instead,
Eldritch
I
Blast.
activate my Circlet of Rapid Casting for 3 charges. Call of Stone, which has range.
What is the effect?
It will turn to stone. It will start turning to stone if it fails
God
fortitude
damn
saves on its turn. So, give it another icon, I guess.
Fucking turn everything to stone.
Because it's my save or die spell.
That
Hey,
means
favorite
it's
dice
My
spell.
turn is not done.
Okay,
I
sorry.
also, because I have my standard action left, ready an action to cast Unlock when it comes into range.
What's the
And then I
range?
move here.
Put out an aura so I know what you're doing.
Please have your fortitude save fucking bird
25.
against Antiano.
45 feet. So an aura won't help because an aura isn't 3D.
Yeah, well, it just gives me a general idea.
Wait. It's 60 feet away. I stay here. I move here. Then I lower the distance by 20 feet. If I move my maximum movement, can I move onto this rocky ground here?
Yeah, but what's it called? Rough terrain?
Difficult
Yeah.
terrain.
So I can add my movement here, and I can cast Unlock.
Okay.
That works. So it gets a will save.
Okay, now do save. Will save. Okay.
The DC on that is... Also, I need
What are
to
the effects?
remove the... Did it fail?
Yes, it failed. 12.
From now on, whenever it makes any dice roll, it rolls twice and takes the worst result.
Okay.
Kind of wish you'd said you had that spell earlier.
I always have that prepared.
Dwarfy turn.
Ooh, Dwarfy can use part of his weapon he has never used before. Dwarfy flips his axe and shoots at the thing. Can I power attack with ranged weapons? I don't think I
No.
can.
I'm pretty sure it says only melee. I'll double check.
I mean,
I'm pretty
not
sure it's
technically
only
power
melee.
attacking.
I think there might be a different fee which allows you to do that.
I'm assuming AC 14 doesn't hit.
That would be correct.
Yeah, it's only melee.
Then my
Just
crossbow
as
is
bad as Anciano.
And now we have Tipo, or is he still moving?
Oh, wait. I need to... Gris, can you shuffle the thing again? The deck?
Done.
Thank you. One. I want to do 2 cards. Let me see if those are actually prepared ones. That one is prepared. Yep, both of those are prepared, and I get to draw one more for the end of my turn.
Okay, now we have Tipo.
Okay. I am going to throw a fireball at it. Been wanting to do this all fucking day.
Go, Tipo, go!
One of the reasons I wanted to make sure we had it in a character before end of session.
Oh, the best part is its reflex save is no worse.
What?
It's because against fireball you roll a reflex save, right?
It's in the air, right?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
in the air. It's flying.
So it needs to make 2 reflex saves and takes the worst one.
Nice.
Control over it.
Sorry, what did you say? I'll give you that. As soon as your level turns up, you'll get control over it.
Alright, so I'm going to empower this fireball with
20.
meta magic. It fails. Okay,
What's
so
the
it's
DC?
going
What's DC on Fireball?
DC,
Like 23 or something?
Okay.
yes. Alright,
So you empower your fireball
yes.
for 49 damage. Unless it has resistance to fire or fire.
Take that, bitch.
It's not a dragon.
Okay, now, and with my move action,
You don't have one.
why not?
Empowered.
Because you just meta magic spontaneous spell would always take a 4-round action.
Yep.
Meta magics always take
Yep.
a full round action.
Meta
If you
magic
meta magic is
spontaneous.
spontaneously cast spell, yeah. That is why sorcerers are not allowed to use quick meta magic because that doesn't work.
Oh, okay. I can 5-foot step though.
Yeah, you can fast step.
Yeah, the only way to get around that is to take the prepared spell.
Can you make my rat the bottom, please?
It's already done.
Thank you. Alright,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
you're
take a.
5-foot stepping too. Oh,
Wait,
you're-
I'm on a fell steed. What? You're telling me my horse can't move?
Do you really want to
Yeah.
make the right checks required?
No. No, I don't.
Put that down real fast.
Tormenta, it's now your turn.
What does burning blood do again?
It burns blood, I guess.
I hate you so much.
People, after throwing that fireball, is like, "Did you see that, Daddy? I'm really, really good."
Okay, so how much damage?
Okay.
28.
What does the cold damage do?
Nothing outside of its cold damage. It's just a damage type, like fire or lightning damage.
None. So Tormenta doing anything else?
Nah.
Okay.
Alright,
Its
so...
turn starts. 2 fortitude saves for burning blood, please.
Okay, what is the DC on that?
Ask Sarah.
My burning blood
Mm-hmm.
would be 25.
Alright,
It
That failed.
So now it takes 2d8 damage, which Sarah gets to roll.
Then that's acid and fire,
Yeah, so it takes 6 damage.
and it can only move.
Yeah. Now we get 2 more saves.
how long does Burning Blood last for?
It
1 round
lasts
per level.
Yep. So a total of 8 rounds.
Okay.
Chris? 2 more saves, please.
I know, that's what I'm saying, is what's the effect of the second thing, and what's the DC?
25, and if it fails, it movement drops, and it takes dex damage.
Okay.
It fails. All its movement speeds are now 10 foot lower than before,
Alright.
and it has -2 dex.
Minus 2 dex. Okay. Alright.
Thing is so fucked.
Okay.
Whatever you do, you can stop it from
How many
being done
rolls?
last time.
How many rounds does this last?
Mine?
Yes.
4.
Okay. What were the other effects on it?
Those were the 2. It still has unlock, so it has to roll twice, and it can only take a move action.
Alright. Move action
And
is...
remember, it can only move 50 feet.
Yep. Its move action is to drop down towards you.
I mean,
now
probably
in
a
range.
wise idea.
Yuki,
Okay, is it on the ground or still in the air?
it's close enough for you to hit. And it's close enough to chew on Antiano next round.
Okay, well, screw it. I'm just gonna come over here and attack it.
You're on uneven terrain at this point.
Which doesn't matter for his attack rolls.
Okay.
Also, I believe
Yeah.
you need to be 1 square down for that thing. I'm not sure where exactly it is square-wise.
I don't know how big this is. Is it only
Huge.
3x3?
Yeah, it's a 3x3.
So it would be in, like, this area here, I guess.
Yeah, I'm where I'm supposed to be.
Holy shit, I actually get this spell?
You got a lot of spells.
No, I actually have Dispel Magic.
Pretty much
Okay,
everyone
I
has
don't
it.
think I'm actually considered flanking on it.
No, because I do not threaten anything.
Yeah, I noticed.
I'm not a very threatening person.
I think that hits.
Oh yeah, 11 damage.
And that's all I can do because I can't do a full round.
Damn it. I can't activate a Shadow Cloak whenever I want to.
Daggos.
With 5 footsteps closer.
You're as close as you can get.
Yeah, that's all it does. For movement.
Alright.
It can't 5-foot step, it actually needs to move though. It's difficult terrain. You can't 5-foot step in or out of it.
I did not hear one word you said, Tiana.
All of this is considered difficult terrain. Because
Okay.
it's rocks and it's slanted rocks basically.
It's my problem too, because I can't get away from this thing now.
Does that hit?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, no, I know a 27 hits.
Everything is cool at the sound of a team. Sorry.
It's like in my head. Okay, a 30 hits. A 27 hits. Good.
Does a 20 hit?
Yes.
Work.
It does?
Got negative dex on it now. So
Holy
we
shit,
get
my
into the dex.
skeleton crit. My Scully crit.
Oh, you have an 18, 19, 20 crit.
I got keen on the weapons.
Nice.
I just doubled the damage, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Should be 4. 46. 24?
And that's times 2?
No, that was with the times 2.
Okay.
How high up in the air did you actually summon your wyvern? By the way.
10 feet.
This is gonna be hilarious.
A wyvern that I don't have control over.
That's what I'm doing.
There's also another way funnier part about it.
The Weaver, the skeleton Weaver has now appeared.
Are you telling me that this wyvern is not under your control?
Before you make any attack rolls for that thing, yeah? It needs to move at least half its movement speed this round. And it can move downwards a maximum of a 45-degree angle, so it cannot actually land without crashing into that thing first.
So I could just make it a suicide bomber then.
It needs to crash into it, and then I don't know what happens.
You need to put like a bunch of explosive runes or something on it first.
Zombie wyverns are not good at flying.
Okay, is it kamikazing into the...
Also, the thing gets an AOO.
Lack of opportunity on the
Yeah,
zombie
the-
wyvern?
If
It hits...
the Israk.
If
The,
it
the-
hits a
The Weaver gets
20...
the Weaver gets an attack of opportunity?
Yep.
Sweet.
No, your thing gets an attack of opportunity on the wyvern.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Hold on.
If it
Right.
hits above a 21,
32.
it
I'm
hits.
sure that hits.
2d8.
I don't think any of us actually have 32 AC.
My dwarf comes close.
Believe in
My
yourself.
skeleton has more than that.
I was about to say a skeleton. 13 damage from a bite attack.
Bite is all types, correct?
Yep.
110.
I mean, not that the damage on this thing will matter, because I'm pretty sure... I mean, I'm fairly certain this thing will die before it deals enough damage to the wyvern.
If it dies, can you dispel your effect on it?
It doesn't have a D. I would actually need to burn a spell.
And then what I'm gonna do, how would this work out on it?
I mean, it's a magical beast, you know that much, so pretty much everything works.
Okay. Ray of Enfeeblement on its touch, for its touch AC.
I just realized something amazing.
What?
I actually need to charge this woman with the dwarf because he doesn't have enough movement speed to reach it and then have a standard action left.
Does that hit its touch AC?
Pretty sure. it
Yes.
does.
The 40s. Oh no, it's a 1d6 plus.
Grizz, just
Subtract
add on
7
about.
Subtract 7 strength from it.
7 strength. Jeez.
Just go ahead and add on an additional 200 HP as we're about to burn through most of its HP next turn.
Wait, why?
So far we haven't dealt much HP damage, but we have pretty much crippled all its stats.
Actually, you've done tons of HP damage. Remember, you're forgetting the fireball and the magic missile.
Oh yeah, right. Someone forgot. I thought we had just started dealing damage this turn.
Oh, no.
Yeah. What does the Wyvern do when it's doing kamikaze on it?
I have no idea. There are no. I mean, technically it can't move its speed, so it falls down.
Basically, it
So
probably...
wouldn't that do crushing?
No, it falls down in front of that thing on the ground. And
Yeah.
it's 10 feet up, so it doesn't take any damage.
That makes it Cujo's turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go, Cujo,
Cujo,
kill it.
do we have any debuffs? I'm sure we can make it to a second line of debuff icons.
I knew I should have brought a second one of these in, but I thought but when I thought about the explosion damage that could have potentially killed the party, considering there's several people...
2d6 damage can't kill us.
Chris, how about you summon some more?
I mean,
Have it like a supernatural effect that it
we are
calls for help.
probably like somewhere around challenge rating 12 right now because we are so ridiculously rich.
You have debuff.
Unfortunately, blindness, deafness was my only debuff, and I only prepared it once.
Well, use
I like what Tormenta said.
Actually, I have
Also help get more
pyrotechnics too, but I need
So
to
you guys are all, so those of you who were actually hoping to have an earlier session say are okay if it turns out there's more than one of them in the area. They were hiding in
Yes,
near
summon
the
a second
pack.
one, otherwise this is boring.
Woohoo! I thought I was gonna kill you guys.
I mean, it's solitary or clutch, so you can have two of them.
Yes, it does say clutch. In fact, I could probably have 3 of them.
3 of them might push it. It's like let's see at 12 around there. So.
Let's see how well we get through this one before we are through.
Oh, this one is basically dead.
Yeah, well, like I said, let's see how well we get through the second one before we go for a third.
I mean, it makes
That's it.
actually sense that they.
You guys wiped out a group of Treants in 2 rounds. So.
I mean, you had the brilliant idea of summoning something that is weak to fire against the person that shouts fireball whenever he gets to open his mouth.
Yeah, but you were Treants would go and you guys were surrounded. One of them nearly trampled your entire party to death.
Kujo.
Emphasis on
Okay, are there any spots currently...
I'll throw a third one in.
Is there a spot I can go to where I can flank this thing?
No.
Here. No, wait.
Actually, I can reach it.
Here's a flank angle.
I can reach that also.
That's not a flank angle.
Okay, which squares is this thing taking up?
I'm pretty sure it's the blue line.
Oh, if it's the blue line.
Chris, put a box where this thing is.
Hold on. Stop moving your thing around. I can't say. And you guys can't
Yeah,
see
then the-
auras, right?
No, if you put an aura on it, it will make everything worse. Do not put an aura
Okay.
on it.
The Weaver is actually in its square. Anciano is in its square. Yuki is at the top of it. Is at the top of it. Dagoth's at the bottom of it.
So this
Okay.
thing?
Yeah.
So no matter where
Oh, sweet.
Kujo
I can...
goes,
Oh, damn it. That's just barely too far.
And it's not a flanking square anyway.
That is.
How's
Oh, wait,
that not?
this is
That's-
a flanking square. This right here
This
is a
one-
flanking square.
Yeah, that would be a flanking square, but I
This
only
one
have...
wouldn't, but this one would. These two are flanking squares.
Yeah, but
Kujo, get up there and do
that's
something.
rough. That's rough terrain, so...
You
I-
guys
I need
like
to-
can you guys just like make my character throw fireballs and wings the cover when I take damage? Like I'm gonna hop out of here.
You okay?
I'm getting sleepy.
No
Still
worries.
adjusting to your medication?
No, I'm almost through the first month, but I don't know. Like I woke up at 1 in the today,
Ooh,
so
that sucks.
it's 7 p.m. now, so I'm really feeling it.
Yeah, that's a lot of sleep needed. Just a good
Love
rest.
you
I
guys.
can't figure out how Kujo can flank and it bothers me.
Well, Dagoth and Yuki are forming a flanking, so
Yeah, these two squares are also flanking squares, but Kujo can't reach them.
Yeah, because I have to... Cause the
I'm
rest
sorry,
are-
Kujo. I'll teach you how to use teleportation jutsu. Maybe.
I mean, what you can always do is move up, shoot with your ranged weapon if you have one, and next turn move into flank.
But a hand crossbow doesn't do shit. I'll do it though.
Watch you do damage.
I'm gonna move actually. Do we know if this thing has a reach?
Yes, it does. It's huge sized, but it has used its attack of opportunity.
Oh, okay.
the Tipo can also be controlled by Tormenta and Sarah, so one of you gets to take him.
Alright, so that means I can just go right next. So that means I can just go to this square and shoot it.
Yeah.
It can't attack me back.
Yes.
Dear God.
But it's not a flanking square.
I know it's not. I'm going
That
to
you
cry
can't
myself to
5-foot step
sleep.
next turn. So, shoot it in the face.
Does 20 hit it?
Yes, because
I
its
think
dex has been compromised, so yeah, 20's good, and it takes 1 damage.
1 whole damage, guys.
Hey, you're on the damage board now.
Anciano.
What was it worth?
Its jaws are snapping in front of you. What do you do?
I'm going for a nice troll.
Doesn't it get an attack of opportunity when you move away from
It's
it like
used
that?
one.
Okay,
already
you already
used
used
one.
one. Never
I'm
mind.
using on the zombie wyvern, the
I mean,
summon.
it could all. It's welcome to, then I just teleport. Because I can teleport in response to when it's attacking me.
Okay, so what do you do now?
You know, I'm fairly certain this fight is... No, wait. I want something fun. Enlarge person. Would you please make this dwarf bigger?
Oh my
How
God,
big?
he's the size of a normal person?
How big?
2 by 2.
So a large.
Yep.
Tormenta, Tipo, Sarah, there's now a large dwarf on the scene. Tormenta, I think it's going to have to roll a will save.
So, that's my turn done.
Holy shit, a bigger target.
So, Tormenta? Ed?
And
Hello?
There's now a giant dwarf in front of you. I think you're going to have to roll a will save for this, considering your character's racism.
I mean, he can't see that much of a dwarf. He basically just sees a mountain of plate.
Well, it's only the large side. It's not like it's a huge Gargantuan
now you
size.
have to be super racist.
I'm running out of screen real estate. Help.
It's your dwarf's turn.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking through his maneuvers.
Tormenta, there's a huge dwarf now on the field all of a sudden, blocking out your sight of the large green thing with lots of teeth.
Revitalizing strike does what again? I know I'm playing 2 cards this round. I can tell you that much.
I'll be right back. Revitalizing strike.
Super big and super annoying.
Okay. Defensive rebuke. White Raven strike.
Welcome back here, Jeff.
I'm not flanking.
Actually, what does White Raven Strike do? Never used that.
White Raven strike makes deals an additional 46 damage and makes a thing flat-footed until my next turn.
Oh, holy shit, really?
Yeah. I power attack for 3. Don't get an additional attack bonus of -1 actually. Don't get a power attack bonus, and I get +1 on my damage.
I like how you have to zoom in order to see what they say.
Something went wrong here. Oh,
What?
I made a mistake, but I miss anyway. I miss hard on a 5. But I get a new card.
But is it considered flat-footed?
No, it's not.
Damn it, man.
Don't worry, I'm gonna make its dex even lower. And just
That
heal that
doesn't-
damage right up.
My turn is done. So it's Fireball McGee's turn, who hopefully doesn't throw Fireball.
What does he have to do for Magic Missile?
Cast the first level spell.
No,
Okay.
like, I forgot the...
4d4 + 4.
I'm here. I just
People did 14 damage to it.
Alright.
Oh, the second one has already appeared. I didn't notice those.
How far is the second one?
I don't think our characters have noticed them yet because they're busy noticing this one here.
I mean,
It has
can you...
crippling depression.
It is now Tormenta's turn.
Tell us when we notice our new friends, please.
Will do.
And how I hopped.
I want the other one's body. I want its body.
Magic missile! What, are you using any, hot, cold, anything? No? Alright.
34 damage.
Is it dead?
Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Now it's crippled the other one.
The body the body collapses onto the ground and kind of blasts apart into greenish goo.
Wait, what?
What?
The force of the magic missiles, after how much damage it had already taken, has literally destroyed the corpse into greenish goo and a few bones.
I thought it turned into rocks.
And then that greenish goo turned into a rock.
Yep. You've now got green rocks littering in the ground here.
No team. We made green rocks.
Yuki, roll a listen check.
Shouldn't we just see them? They're big and loud.
Just getting
I am
closer.
back.
Yuki gets through a listen check.
What? Okay.
So Yuki is the first one to hear the other two of these things as they are swooping through the air.
Yeah, and I can't do anything again.
How far away are they, Gris? And how high up?
They're close enough for Yuki to hear. They're about 100 feet up each.
100 feet up.
So 130 feet from me.
Wait, hold on.
and-
Well,
Hold on 1 second. Nice. I keep
Basically,
forgetting about
Zagreus is...
the stupid blind side. It's 120. I guess on the blind side, it's actually no, wait. The hearing, it should be able to hear. If it could hear, if you could hear it
Yeah,
from
it
there.
can hear normally, but
Yes, that.
its echolocation thing only works.
Okay. So it was actually just trying to home in on the sound of the other, of its other nestmate that was dying over here. So that's why it's approaching that
This one
area.
is 105 feet
All right.
from Yuki. This one is 114 feet from Yuki.
All right. So Yuki, what would you like to do with this information?
That was more
Wow.
information for you.
Excuse me.
Which one's the 105 feet?
This one up here.
Okay, I'm gonna take out my bow and launch an arrow at it. And hope I freaking hit it.
You know what would be cool if you were a sword sage and you had the swift and move action teleports? You could teleport, then while you're into the air, then teleport again on its back and then stab it.
That'd be awesome. The arrow misses the creature. Does Yuki get to make a movement action at this point? I believe so.
No, she drew her bow.
Oh, that's
Also,
right, she drew
technically,
bow. Daga.
And a move. And then it's just gonna ready an attack once it gets close to melee range.
Alright.
So as soon as it enters its range, it gets to do an attack.
And Sarah, you get to control the Wyvern.
Fly, motherfucker, fly!
what's the movement range on that thing? The flying speed?
60 feet.
So, it needs to move at least half its movement speed forward. And it can, at minimum, go up at a 45-degree angle at half speed. So, you could go 30 feet diagonally into the air. Which would put you for like 15 feet here, 15 feet straight, and then 15 feet in the air. Thing is not good at flying.
And then Sarah's gonna do, since I have sight on the green thing,
Should be within range.
Burning Blood.
You can cast after
Definitely.
controlling the Wyvern?
Yeah.
Okay.
Controlling the Weavon is a free action. It's telepathy.
Alrighty. Sounds good.
Burning Blood, motherfucker. And then Sarah's movement.
I want my Electric Cogitation back. Why did I waste it on Prestidigitation?
You should be proud of it.
Because it was funny, but still.
There.
What's that feat called?
Electric
Okay.
Cogitation.
Then
I linked it to you.
it's end of Sarah's turn.
Alrighty. Let's see now.
Oh, Fortitude save.
Yep. Fortitude save. 14.
Woohoo, it fails.
Alright, how much damage does it take?
Total of 11 damage. And it can only move.
Ouch.
Last 7 rounds. Or 8 rounds total, but I guess it'll be 7 now.
Oops, hold hold on, I forgot about the Weavern's sitting there. Sorry, the Weavern's such a color that I can't see it very well. I'm gonna
Color it black for zombie.
color that works for me. Should be able to see that then. There. Yeah, I can actually see it better now.
May
So
need to
the thing
adjust your
is,
screen
the thing
settings.
can move
Okay.
60 feet.
It is moving down. It is drifting downward, but it's not moving too much forward. So that it's now about 20 feet off the ground.
That is too much. Oh wait, no, that works.
Yep.
Now it's evil twin.
So one that actually gets to do stuff.
Yep.
It can charge Dagos or Yuki.
It's 100 feet up.
Yeah, I did the math. It's 114 feet away from Yuki.
I was just gonna have it move over here and hold on a
It
second.
can also move 60 feet and then Sonic Ray Yuki all of a
That's
sudden.
what I was gonna do. I was gonna use the explosion of the sonic ray.
The explosion? On 2 people?
Yeah, give me an explosion.
Why not Sonic Ray? It's way cooler.
It is
Zombie.
66.
I think the zombie would mitigate some of that damage.
A,
Sonic.
it's a skeleton, so it's resistant to piercing damage, and B,
Oh yeah.
46 damage total is less than 66 either way.
No, I'm still gonna use the explosion. I like exploding things. So 7 damage to Dagos and Yuki.
2 damage to Dagos, 7 damage to Yuki.
Kujo.
Okay.
Channel the might of your hand crossbow.
Actually, what the hell is that? I think the range on this is only like 30 feet.
Yes, but you can shoot up to 10 times at range.
Yes, but I get like a -1 for each
Minus
ranger
2 for each
increment.
full range increment.
Yeah, oh, that's even worse. Okay.
But it's funny. Was it -1? I can never remember.
You know what, I'll look it up.
Going the same.
Oh yeah, it is a -2.
So even better.
Okay, now let's... How high in the air are these things?
Let's see. This one is okay. This one is currently 20 feet up. This one, I believe. Hold on, let's see.
Do you want me to just tell you how high up it is by just reversing the math?
Yeah, that one would have to be 10 feet up. Because the ray is 60 feet away. Sorry. What? I guess I'm calculating from a different spot.
That thing should be 60 feet up. This one.
Okay.
Which one?
The left one.
What do you do, Kujo?
Okay. I'm gonna shoot the left one.
Also, the fun of doing trigonometry at 2 in the morning with Google.
Oh god.
I mean, Google works just as well as a calculator would. I don't think you hit.
The arrow goes flying wide. Poor Kujo.
This one is 60 feet, this one is 20 feet.
Hmm?
Commenter asked for up there.
No.
60, 20, 60, 20, 60,
Does
60,
Chujo have any more moves?
Actually, I could. Wait. No, I need to reload my crossbow. So, yeah, I can't do anything. Except take a 5... Oh, no, I can't even take a 5-foot step. So, no. I'm done.
It is now Antiana's turn.
Yeah.
And now I want the bodice.
Ready to count people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Skeleton even makes a cut.
Really?
Mm-hmm. 1,
Awesome.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
But fuck the Wyvern.
Sorry?
Fuck
No,
the Wyvern.
Yeah, because I have 8 targets and I'm not gonna protect the summoned Wyvern.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I should summon an Aleph.
No! Don't you dare!
Everyone except the Wyvern has resist Sonic 20 now.
These guys are
Yeah.
blind. What is the elf going to be able to do to them?
It's
I
gonna
can summon
fuck us
the
over again until I dispel it.
No, I can summon the Aleph flying too, because it's in Corporeal.
Yes! But
So,
then,
and it
because
also has the Babble at the
we're all gonna get fucked again.
Anyway, Antiana, what are you doing?
The entire party except for the zombie Wyvern now has energy resistance Sonic 20. Not that these things know it because they don't have spellcraft.
Nice.
That thing is 20 foot up, right?
Yes. That one is 20 feet up.
Okay. Time for Dwarf to do what Dwarf does best. Move 20 feet and end its turn.
Dwarf.
Oops. That one.
That was Thanik's turn. That's over then. It's Tifa's turn. Sarah?
$14 damage to the one that can't move, or can only move.
Alright. The one with boiling blood on it.
Nope, you don't exist.
What doesn't exist?
Drawing cards until I find someone I've actually prepared.
Tormenta!
This one has the arrow tormentor.
Alright, I'm going to use Sudden Empower. I'm going to substitute energy type out for sonic damage. And I'm going to use Twin Spell on the one that hasn't taken the damage yet.
Okay.
You can substitute sonic damage, it's so sweet.
Yeah, I'm going to substitute it like... No, I'm using the Metamagic energy substitution, which I have Sonic for, and switching out the energy type. So no matter what type I would have chosen with Energy Missile, it's now going to become Sonic.
That'd really fuck up something with something that hears by Sonic. I mean, that detects its world by Sonic.
Yes.
Let's see what we got.
I'm just going to be mocking it. It thinks it's noisy.
Who's having this insane background noise?
That would be Rice Cracker.
Oh, okay.
I can actually summon him barely out of the range of people.
96.
96 damage?
Yeah, because they're Sonic weak.
Wow.
Oh wait, if it's weak to Sonic, I use Empowered as well. That's 128 if it's weak.
Whoa! 128 damage to what? That's almost his entire HP!
How many meta magic? There's 3 meta magics you
Good God, it had no damage! Now it's half dead!
That's your entire arcane cease is gone.
See, this is why you always need a war mage in your party. He might have one spell, but he can do a lot of crazy shit with it.
He burned every single meta magic thing he had. He burned complete arcane ceases for this.
Look at the result.
How many times can you use meta magic?
He can use meta magic infinite times, but arcane thesis you can only use 3 times a day.
Yuki!
Ah.
Really?
Yes. I'm 90% sure. Or was it meta magic school focus that was limited to 3 times a day?
Let me check it out.
I'm already
Wait.
way ahead of you.
Wait, if it's weak against Sonic,
No, I think
If
arcane
you summon an
thesis-
Alep, I will murder you.
but I can summon it barely out of the range of everybody.
Hang on, Sienna.
That is good. That is gonna be one of the
No,
greatest.
wait, I was wrong. Yeah, it's meta magic school focus that was limited.
Sudden and power I can only use once a day.
He hits once and goes next. Dagos
Oh,
doesn't do shit.
you did.
because it's
You
Dagos.
did. Okay, Yuki, you did damage. Which one did you hit? You hit this one over here, right? Or did you hit this one? Which one did you aim for? Okay, 1 damage. You actually did hit something with that. All right, it is now Dagos' turn.
That thing is 60 foot up, Sarah.
I know. This is gonna be defensive. Getting its sword ready for it.
So, your turn. The Wyvern can fly an additional awesome 15 feet.
Yeah. It could actually charge.
I find it hilarious that this thing has to touch to attack, then will again find its minimum forward speed and fall down.
Well, charge.
It's so dumb!
I forgot how to do a charge. Is this base to strength?
Oh, if you're doing a charge attack, then it's just normal attack with a +2, and you
Yeah.
have -2 AC.
Okay. This my charge is just like a normal auto.
Okay, I had to tweet your quote, Anciano. That was like the funniest thing I've heard in a while.
What?
She tweeted you.
Yeah, but what quote?
If you summon an Alep, I will murder you. I keep reading those out of context lines from D&D parties, and it's like that is one of the most perfect line out of out of context. Is just hilarious. 16 damage to the one that's been badly hurt, or the one that's barely hurt.
The one with burning blood.
All right, 16 damage it is then.
And Wyvern Trent takes 2d6 damage as it crashes to the ground again. Zombies are not good at this whole flying thing. Sarah, you need to roll damage for your Wyvern.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, but I
if this
didn't have
Wyvern
time
wasn't a
D&D.
zombie to begin with, it would have serious brain damage by now.
And I'm summoning.
It has face planted twice in rock.
I am summoning. Lantiana, how mad would you be if I actually did?
Not at all, I would just counter spell.
Hate you. Okay, let me do the 2d6 for the
Wyvern.
face planning. It only took 4.
This Wyvern is my new favorite thing ever. It just wants to fly so bad.
We can
I
believe.
think I can. I think I can. I think I can. Splat. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can.
Burning
Splat.
blood.
All right.
Someone found her new favorite spell.
She can fuck shit up with it.
See, the
Okay.
only thing that she can send at us is undead.
This one is doing.
Or construct, vermin.
This one's doing a full attack, bite, and 2
Matt,
claws.
Nope.
What?
Burning blood.
This
The
one.
effects of it. It has to do another fortitude save.
Okay, does it have to do another one? I didn't know that. Alright, well, it passed it, so we're good. This one is now doing a full attack on your Weavern, which is a
I
bite
want to point out,
and too close.
if you full attack, your thing will crash to the ground.
It's kind of in a swooping motion at the moment.
Yeah, but it has the same problem that Sarah's thing has. It needs to move to stay flying.
Alright, then it can't do full attack. It has to just do regular attack then. It's doing a bite then. 28.
That does hit.
2d8 plus 5. There we go. 15 damage. And now the other one has to roll a fortitude save.
This one has to move first. It needs to move at least 30 feet.
Alright. Actually, no, it's not going to move forward. It's going to drift down to the ground, and now it's no longer flying.
Then it probably should, like, stay here so it's not in the other wyvern.
Hold on. Ha!
Which
Accidentally hit
version
another-
of Burning Blood are we using?
So then this effect
Spell
Well,
Compendium
well,
one is the newest.
Weaver's
Okay.
turn.
Did you do the damage for Burning Blood?
No.
Do you get the damage?
Oh, wait. Yeah,
Okay.
Never
This
mind,
guy-
I misread it.
This one here is no longer flying. This one here just succeeded its fortitude save against burning blood, and
Even though it wasn't its turn when it rolled it.
it was its turn when it rolled it. I forgot about the movement thing on the Weaverin. I mean, sorry, the Ithrak, not Weaverin. Weaverin.
This thing is 60 foot up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing. No, this thing was like 30 feet up.
No, this one was 60.
This one was 30. I said it was up 30 feet.
Okay.
Alright. So this one has already used up its Sonic Lance for the previous turn. And is swooping down at Dagoth. Let's see here. Trying to remember what there's a thing on under its where is it? I saw it a second ago. Where did it go? Oh yeah, feats called Snatch. I'm trying to remember what Snatch does. I guess it's just under regular feats, isn't it?
18 for 12 on my attack of opportunity.
What?
If you go to Dagos, the dwarf gets an attack of opportunity.
The dwarf is the dwarf is now taller than Dagoth and can swing a weapon above Dagoth's head. All right.
That is improved grapple, basically, but you can put it in your mouth and fly away with it and throw it wherever you want.
Yeah, that sounds cool to me. The crossbow misses.
18 misses?
Yep, 18. Hold on. Oh, sorry, 18 hits. I was thinking 19. I kept thinking it was 18-19 for some reason. That's 12 damage on it. It's still alive.
Yay.
But it now has an arrow sticking out of its head. But it had eyes, it was
no, that
blind.
was the X part. The bladed crossbow.
Never mind then.
Has a crossbow attached. It's really cool.
Much more useful than a gunblade.
A bladed crossbow. It's also way more dwarfish.
Yes. I'm trying to find the feats page.
It's in the monster feats.
Oh.
The monster manual.
So I tried looking in the monster manual and I didn't find it. So I thought it was under regular
on
feats.
page 304.
304. Oh, that's actually funny because I was looking at the other section instead of this. Okay. Yeah, hits grapple, hits club, blah blah blah. Okay. And is that versus AC or versus what was it? Grapple, counter grapple on Dagoth?
I do not know anything about grapple. Anciana does.
Oh, for grapples, you make a touch attack, and then you do
No, the
grapple
touch
checks.
attack part is ignored. It's grapple versus it's his grapple post grapple check now. Let's get to ignore the touch attack part.
Okay. It rolled a 42. I don't
is
think Dagoth can beat that.
No, it can't.
So Dagoth has been snatched, and it is now climbing back up into the air. It's probably going back up another 30 feet with Dagoth in its mouth.
It was 30 feet up.
Actually, it gets snatched in its claws.
Okay, it gets snatched in its claws. I kept thinking it was in the mouth. But anyway, it's snatched in the claws. Dagoth is being lifted up into the ground.
No,
Dagoth.
it gets snatched in whatever this thing has as primary in its bite, so it gets snatched in the bite.
Okay. It's snatched in its mouth. Dagoth is now currently in the creature's mouth, and it's now climbing back up into the air.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how far it can fly.
Wouldn't do that if I were you, you little bird bitch.
You do realize that Dagoth is not immune to being dropped and shattered, right?
It's okay, I could just do a ritual to bring him back.
Mhm. But can
What
you
if
do that?
Dagoth doesn't want to be brought back?
So the thing should...
But can you do that ritual on a mountainside?
Yep.
She has 100 gold of material. No, she needs to buy the materials, which she probably has.
Yeah, she doesn't. You don't currently have access to getting any new materials. You have whatever you have on you.
The thing needs to be like here now and is 30 feet up.
Okay. To the front. There we go. Dagoth is in its mouth, even though it's currently looking like it's on top of him.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's now Cujo's turn.
Hand crossbow! Hand crossbow! Hand crossbow?
Okay, hand crossbow. I can't do anything else. Well, I can use spells, but I mean, that's not going to do much more damage than the hand crossbow.
I mean, I could dimensionally anchor these things. That would help.
How?
I don't know.
So if it was a phase spider, or what was one of those the ones the Equal Charger or whatever they were called, that would work against.
How high is the
if I cared, I could have protected Dagoth, but I don't.
Okay, the one here is about 30 feet. This one here is this one over here is on the ground.
Wait, that one way over there is on the ground.
The one fighting the Weaver is currently on the ground. Yes.
Oh, but wait.
So you can make it here?
Actually, wait. How long does it take to reload my hand crossbow?
Move action.
Okay, shit. You know what? You know, fuck it. I'm just gonna shoot the one grabbing Dagoth.
See? I'm not as much worried about the dwarf having a wyvern fall on it, because the dwarf is under, like, at this point, a ton of steel anyway, but Sarah might get a headache.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Anciano!
Let me make one more check. Yep, all of this is garbage.
Yep, I don't like that thing now. I'm gonna make all its decks go away.
Why waste more spells on something that is basically dead?
If it doesn't drop dead.
Well, now, because Anciano aims his mighty crossbow at the one over Sarnak. I take -2.
Anciano's gonna fire.
So Anciano's not using a turn.
Oh my god.
Holy
Anciano
crap!
crit! Anciano did crit!
Oh my god! That actually killed it too!
I am so good at crossbows, you guys.
It dies, the undead guy drops out of its mouth to fall 30 feet on top. Wait a minute. No, it falls on top of Thanak. In fact, the debris of the Yithrik are falling on top of Thanak.
It got shot by an arrow. It didn't explode.
It's on top of it was flying on top of Thanak. You know, above
It was falling
Thanak.
20 feet.
So it's falling 20 feet on top of Thanak, which means potential damage to Thanak. I'm thinking reflex.
Dwarves don't get reflex saves.
I don't think he's gonna dodge that.
How much armor does Thanak have at the moment?
You mean weight-wise or AC-wise?
AC-wise.
he's one less than normal. 27. No, 28. No, 27. I mean, I should take 1d6. How heavy do you think this thing is?
Between that thing and Dagoth, because there's two things falling on Thanak at this moment.
I mean, they're also
let's see.
falling on Sarah.
It is a huge magical beast, but I think the taller object there is going to basically break the fall for the smaller person. So I'm not sure if it's going to hit Sarah at all.
It weighs about 5,000 pounds.
Yeah.
So,
Dagoth doesn't weigh much at all, so Dagoth
Yeah.
is not going to do much in the way of damage.
so this is actually a lot of damage. And it also hits Sarah. It hits all of us because I'm not breaking that.
So Thanak isn't going to take the brunt of the hit, is what you're saying.
No, we would all pretty much take the 25d6 damage.
25d6.
That's fatal damage.
It's a 5,000-pound creature dropping on top of us.
Does Sarah have a reflex save?
I do.
You do not actually get a reflex save, according to this.
Let's see. Let's see if Yuki gets hit. Nope, Yuki does not get hit.
Yep, you do not get a reflex save.
But wouldn't it be flying? It would weigh.
Are you
No,
trying to
it's
bring logic into this?
It was on top of Thanak when that happened. But Dagoth would also be falling 20 feet. That's not going to.
I mean, Dagoth is dead. Dagoth takes like 28d6 damage here. I mean, his damage reduction applies, so it's 28d6 minus 5.
Wait, does it?
Yeah, because it's bludgeoning damage.
From falling.
Yes.
103 damage to Dagoth.
Minus 5. So I'm assuming that's the skeleton gone.
But I do. Good thing I don't have material components.
The bigger question is Sarah going to be able to be brought back?
I mean, the question is, Sarah raises a good point that thing had forward momentum.
But if that's the case, it potentially hit Yuki. Hold on.
No, if it was it still
Yeah.
should be able to glide over Yuki to land right next to her, though, without her taking damage.
But it should hit Thanak though. Thanak is a
Yeah.
huge target.
I mean, I have a way how we can say this thing lands without killing the entire party. Because Thanak has a 10-foot shield at this point, which he can use to bounce the wyvern. Because the thing doesn't fall full on me. So I would like 12d6 damage, which I can't survive.
12d6, that works for me. 42 damage to Thanak.
Haha! That's what you think, but I had 6 temporary hit points.
Alrighty. Congratulations, Enciana. You doubled your total damage for the all time, including 2 different games.
I mean, if I include the falling damage, then yes. Otherwise, I went from 44 to 59.
Well,
Also,
you
my
did
turn is done.
you did destroy a skeleton, so.
Actually,
Oh yeah.
Why does he have 1 hit point left?
because that's what he would have. I was doing all the math.
Oh, okay.
But wait. Just
Your
that.
skeleton has 99 hit points?
Remember, it's
Correction? 99 plus
Thanak.
15.
It is now Thanak's turn.
Your skeleton has like 140 hit points?
There's 104.
Yeah, then it took damage before, it's dead now.
Yeah, it did take damage before.
And then had damage reduction
But
at
then-
5,
Yep.
which leads to
So
1 hit point left.
it took 15 damage last turn alone, so that makes...
No, it didn't take 15 damage.
It did! 15 damage from a bite attack.
Chris never rolled the damage for the bite attack.
Hold
Yes, you
on, let me
He just
look.
snatched it.
Hold on. There was a previous one that attacked it for bite attack.
So,
And there was a couple of explosions. It got caught in 2 explosions.
It has taken way more than
Yeah, it has
140
taken
points.
more than 104. It's dead.
that's definitely.
Because it got caught in 2 different explosions. So that's more than enough
The
damage.
2 different explosions didn't do that much damage.
It got bitten twice by 2 different wyverns.
Mhm. Well, actually, it only took.
Yeah. It only got bit once.
Yeah, but
You said
let's
it had,
this way.
Sarah. You said it had 104 hit points to begin with, which means that it took way more than what the damage reduction from being dropped would have taken, because it was in 2 different explosions, which would have.
Minimum damage puts it at 104 total damage dealt. If it takes minimum damage from the bite.
Wait, it's a skeleton, right?
Yep.
The wyvern took the bite damage.
No, this thing was bitten last turn.
Oh.
That was why it was in this.
Yeah,
Sarah.
that's why it was snatched out. It had to have been bitten.
And the bite deals at least 7 damage. This thing is at 98. It's 104 hit points. It takes 98 from this. 7 makes 105 instead.
My thing is that, like I said, it took 2 different explosion damage attacks.
Yeah,
And
explosion damage
explosion didn't do shit, Grizz. That's the
Explosion
one I'm
damage
thinking.
doesn't matter if the bite dealt minimum damage to skeleton is dead or a soul skeleton is dead.
Wait, why does it get damage reduction on the fall?
Because it's technically bludgeoning damage.
But it's a skeleton, isn't it?
Oh yeah. So it doesn't even get damage reduction.
Yeah.
So it's
So
definitely
that makes
mega
more
dead.
sense then.
It's mega dead anyway. Even with damage reduction, it's been mega dead. Zip.
It's okay, I still have the material components for it.
Oh. I just realized I now have points in my delayed damage pool. That never happened before.
It happened when I was controlling him.
Is Thanik already moved? So, is that what I'm seeing here? Thanik moved?
Yep, Stanok charges.
Alright.
The whole 20 foot he can charge.
Deepo!
I do get to attack roll.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Thanik can move. I thought that was the end of your turn.
No. Charge. +5 total attack bonus.
Yay.
+4 total damage bonus. I dealt damage.
15 damage! Woo!
The most important part is I get 6 hit points back.
Woohoo. Deepo.
X-Man. X-Man. Tipo isn't here, so
Sarah.
magic missile.
But is it really magical?
Not really. It's actually pretty ordinary. $16 damage.
Awesome.
Okay, do we even need to roll this thing as mega dead?
Tormenta.
Yeah, he just said he does what he did last time.
Without empowered.
Because he can only use sudden and power once.
Once a day.
Yeah. Otherwise, it would be a pretty shitty feat. So that
Ignore that. Ignore that. Ignore that.
Okay, we're ignoring it.
So 67 damage.
No,
no.
we're ignoring it.
Okay, so we're waiting for another roll. 66 damage.
Are we ignoring that one too?
Oh, no. I was looking at the wrong math thing.
It's 99 damage total, Griff.
99 at this guy.
I just want to make sure you didn't say 9D damage or something like that. Okay, this one's dead too.
Everybody wins.
Yay! I did exactly one
That was still
damage.
pretty
Nothing else.
Right up destroying Dagoth in the process. Okay, how much
I could just
experience?
retain them.
One. Okay, let me just write it down.
Did I give Sanok a healing belt too? Can't remember. Nope. How many?
And also, I don't think falling's bludgeoning. I think it's untyped.
I know it's bludgeoning on the Doom Diver, on the weird Death Dwarf Prestige class, which relies on flying a wyvern into the sky and then jumping off it onto your head. Pretty much the most amazing thing ever.
You're on stock for that, and I'm going to need to buy more than
Oh, Google, you're such a nice friend to me.
And I'm going to pick up my stuff that Dagoth had. Put in my bag of holding.
I mean, I would offer to carry it with the dwarf, but the dwarf really can't carry
No.
much beside his armor.
Dwarf, I don't want touching my shit.
Yes, he's currently still
210
giant.
pounds.
Does his enlarge now shrink him back down?
Yep.
Alrighty. Normal sized dwarf again.
With 63 hit points because I burned all 3 healing belt charges.
So it's very lucky that that thing did not crush her and only destroyed her skeleton. I honestly don't think that Sarah could have survived that.
Nope. Fairly certain she can't. Also, we can't heal her.
Yeah, I can heal myself, so don't even try.
No. My point is, if you are going to dying, we can't use healing magic to stabilize you.
That's why you get inflict potions.
We're not getting those.
I thought you had some on her person.
Buy them yourself.
I have
That's
one
a
inflict.
brilliant idea I just had.
What?
You just get a flag vest of Cure Serious Wounds potion, and every time someone hits you, it splashes on you and heals you.
Nice. Patent the idea.
It would be ridiculously expensive, but so sweet.
And I'm going to resurrect the 2 bodies. They're there.
And I think that we should now party off until 2 weeks from now. New Year's Eve.
I was about to ask.
Unless
So
people
we're
have.
probably not going to have a session next week.
We'll definitely not have a
Considering it's
session next
Christmas
week
Eve.
because it's Christmas Eve and I'm very, very busy on Christmas Eve. New Year's Eve, on the
I
other
wouldn't
hand.
be anyway because in most parts of continental Europe, like Germany and all of Scandinavia, Christmas Eve is the main Christmas day.
Yeah, that's the same here too.
You have Christmas Day as a Christmas Day.
No, same here as in my household.
Oh.
The only thing we delay basically until Christmas morning is the opening of gifts, because we put everything into.
That's the best part.
Well, I always like to, we like to delay on that, but we do, like, the big meal, the big family time,
I'm out, everyone.
first big family time, everything like that.
See ya.
But is everybody...
Yeah, big family time, meal, presents, use presents, go to sleep.
We did dedications, but we actually prefer Christmas Day on that. Anyway, unfortunately I'm back on my left. I said, is everybody okay with New Year's Eve, though? I know some people might have plans. Thankfully, no one member of the party is desperately needed for next session right now. It's more of a let's hope everybody shows up, but if not, we can continue on with them being NPC'd battle-wise.
I mean, I'm probably still dead by next Saturday, considering how this code goes. I'm currently considering building a pipeline to the cough drop factory.
Yeah, that is actually. Have you been checked for pneumonia?
I don't have a pneumonia.
Okay.
I just have a really, really annoying cough. And because when I have just a normal cold, the canal between your ear and nose swells shut. In my case, sometimes, and I get dizzy.